Sanvi Pandey, a proud student of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. On behalf of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, I warmly welcome you to the capacity building workshop on port-led development. To commence the event, I now invite the dignitaries, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary sir, Professor Jitesh Thakkar sir, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sampath sir, Professor Chetan Vaidya sir, and Dr. T. Bangar Raju sir for the lighting of the lamp, symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and the beginning of an enriching day.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम् या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता
Thank you to all the dignitaries. To set the tone of today's workshop, I'm honored to invite Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary sir, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, to formally welcome the gathering and present a brief overview of the workshop.
First of all, I want to welcome all of you to Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, to our green campus, to our new university. Thanks to all the participating organizations and universities, Indian Maritime University, Gujarat Maritime University, Adani University and CEPT University for coming together along with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya for organizing this important capacity building workshop on port-led development. total of 45 participants are expected to participate. And actually the initiative for all this is not taken by Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. The initiative was taken by Professor Vaidya and Professor Sampath, and they told us that we want to do a workshop and can we do in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. So we were okay. And we just decided on a date. We told that whatever we decide, because we are 5 participating universities together trying to work in this area, whether we are the first one to organize or somebody has to be the first one to organize, and we were very happy to do that. Before this, there were a couple of meetings that were planned of the, I think it's called High Level Vision Group on this topic as a prelude to a large conference that is scheduled to be held in the later part of this year. This sector suddenly has become very important. Actually, there are many, many words that are talked about this thing. While in India, we are talking about the transformation in the transportation sector, in every sector, one way or the other, similar kind of activities are happening. If you look at railway sector, the recently station redevelopment project of 1308 stations that is undertaken under Amrit Bharat scheme is in some sense also attempted to do like this. The reason is simple. Is railway station merely a place for people to board the train or get down from the train, or a railway station a nerve center of the city? Mostly the railway station is located in the heart of the city, where a lot of economic activities happen. Every city where there is a railway station has a particularity attached to it. If you talk about Ayodhya railway station, it is not only a railway station, it is the place it is, Ayodhya Dham, right? If you talk about, wherever you talk about, so every railway station has a cultural, economic identity besides being a transportation hub. Under the Amrit Bharat Station Redevelopment Project, and India has more than 7,300 railway stations, the primary goal is to transform railway stations as economic, cultural, and spiritual hubs of the respective cities. Of course, it is one part that when we redevelop the station, we must make our amenities much better for our passengers. Many things that can be done. You can increase the length of the platform. You can have the height of the platform so that even differently abled people do not find it difficult. You can have good waiting rooms. You can have a business lounge where many meetings can take place. Again, with the intention to foster trade, with the intention to encourage and promote economic activities. Or specific religious places where railway stations are there, we know that they will have a large number of people coming there for a particular reason. So can we have waiting halls at that station of a different type? Typically, when stations were designed long back, there was a main entrance and there was possibly a side entrance or the entrance on the side. But over a period of time, the cities have expanded on both sides of the railway station. So it is also important then to think from both sides what can we do for the railway stations to encourage this kind of economic hub. Many people call this also as transit-oriented development. There are different names for that. Wherever there is a transit, how can we have development? So Amrit Bharat Station Redevelopment Scheme is one way to encourage. If you look at the new rail projects that were sanctioned last year, many of them focused on establishing economic corridors, particularly focusing on energy, 3 corridors, energy, minerals, and cement. Therefore, when you lay down a particular transportation medium to encourage local industries, it is but natural to say that it will lead to the regional area development for it. Same is the case for highways. You look at Yamuna Expressway all along, and you see the kind of activities that are happening. So highways have actually transformed the whole barren land that was nearby that, transforming into an economic zones, residential zones, hospitals, schools, whatnot, and thereby encouraging economic development along that highway. So highway is not merely a medium to carry people, but it has become a medium to spur the economic development of the area. Same is the thing that is happening in the port sector. And it is too big. With 12 major ports and 200 minor ports, approximately, as you know, we carry more than 90% of our international trade through the maritime sector. With the recent advances in the Vizhinjam transshipment port inauguration, transshipment is one area where our country was not putting so much focus, but is an important part, and now being strongly helped by, encouraged by, sponsored by, managed by Adani. It's a very, very important aspect for India to become a leader in transshipment. In last 50 years, we did not create any greenfield port, while knowing that ports are an important medium. 90% of our international trade by volume, 65% by value happens through ports, but no new port addition. We were creating 14 kilometer a day new railway track length. We were creating 35 kilometer a day new highways. We were focusing on how to utilize our 14,500 kilometer of inland waterways, which are navigable. But little effort in developing new ports. And therefore, last year, Vadhavan Port, 76,200 crore rupees, first mega port. First port which can have maybe at a depth of around 18 meter or so, because most of our ports, though we have a very long seashore, we do not have enough depth. But this is something that will enable a mega port creation. This mega port will not only be just a port. It is okay to bring. You can have a big port and you can bring many items from there inside, but those goods have to reach where they are intended to. They have to reach the hinterlands. They have to reach, maybe you can have a port in Maharashtra or Gujarat, but they have to reach maybe to UP, maybe to Uttarakhand, and where not. Therefore, we need excellent multimodal connectivity if we have to be efficient in logistics wise. Vadhavan Port will be more important because it will also benefit from the dedicated freight corridor that is up to the JNPA. It will also benefit from the expressway that is getting connected to it. We always talk about multimodal integration, but little efforts so far were taken. Only 2 days back, for the first time, I think the first government in India, in Delhi government, they have set up a unified metropolitan transport authority, trying to integrate and help all the citizens of the city through any mode of transportation, whether it is metro, bus, railway, RRTS, or any mode. This is one of the important steps that we have to do for multimodal integration, because as a customer, as a passenger, it is not important to me how a train will run or how a bus will run or whether it will be e-vehicle. It is also important to me whether I can get a first mile and last mile connectivity. If we have a metro in Delhi or wherever, and if we travel by metro, but we get out of the metro and to reach our home, which may be 2 kilometers from the metro station, and every day we have to do jhak with the nearby auto and we have to negotiate. The whole purpose of the transportation activity is lost. So first mile and last mile connectivity is absolutely important. Second thing that is also happening in the maritime sector is with more of digitalization, turnaround time for all our ports has been reduced almost by 50%. From 42 hours, it has come down to around 24 hours already. That is very important. When you have a large ship coming to a port, you want to vacate it sooner and reload it, because just like airplane makes money when it is in air, not on ground. Similarly, your ship will make money when it is in the sea, not at the port. So the turnaround time cutting down from 42 hours to 24 hours has been a very, very significant impact, and more of digitalization that is happening in all aspects. If you look, so these are all we talked about modes of transport. We talked about railways, we talked about aviation. Aviation, apart from the passenger traffic, now India is the third largest civil aviation market in the world. Every day we carry more than 5 lakh passengers in air travel. In railways, of course, we have more than 2 crore per day, but aviation sector is growing. With more than 162 airports now, we will grow. Logistics point of view also, air cargo logistics is significantly booming. In logistics sector, that is where ports are playing a very significant role, whether railways through its dedicated freight corridor, whether air cargo management, whether highways, whether navigable waterways, all are playing their important role. But these are mediums of transportation. To achieve all-round efficiency, we also have to focus on important sectors such as warehousing. What do we store, how much we store, right time, right quantity, and with the technology-enabled aspects, how can we have robotics to automate our warehousing? Warehousing is a cost. The square feet area that you take is a cost. You want to optimize on the cost that you incur. Through many of the technologies, including IoT track and trace that now is very common in warehousing sector, through robotic optimization, big companies like Adverbs and others that are already working in that field, lot of action is happening. In maritime sector, also, long back, we know India was known to be a great country for shipbuilding. Somewhere during the colonial Raj, we lost the advantage. We were looted intentionally, we all know that. Our shipbuilding industries were destroyed. We have been focusing on ship recycling for some time, but recently the government has announced new policies for shipbuilding. And wherever that happens, there will be an economic growth. So whether due to transport mediums such as ports, whether due to shipbuilding kind of activities, whether due to ship recycling activities, whether due to warehousing and the logistics hub, including multimodal cargo terminals that are being built at a great speed in India, each form of transportation is going to significantly enable the regional area development. And I'm very happy that port-led development is the important theme that is there for today's workshop. None of the transportation medium works in isolation. And actually ports will help the cities to develop, and vice versa shall also happen. When things are good in that port, in that city, then the port will be more efficient. More qualified people will like to come and live there. Goods can reach to that port faster to go out on the sea route, and vice versa. And therefore, ports and development of nearby areas, we can call transit-oriented development, we can call regional area development, we can call city development, any development that happens as a cause of that particular port or the transport medium is therefore important. Bullet train project, 508 kilometers of the bullet train project from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, when it is completed, what will it change? Of course, we all can move faster from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. But also think that with the current housing crisis and the prices in Mumbai, and if you are able to live 1 hour away from there and still be able to reach Bombay every day if you are working there and come back in the evening, is another form of transit-oriented development that will happen because of the bullet train project. Not only a faster medium, but you can essentially live 1 hour away. 1 hour away, maybe based on the maximum speed of bullet train project, of course, 320 B, right? Even if it is you are living 100 kilometers away from Bombay at a reasonable, cheap rate, you are not compromising in your convenience of living, because even if you have 1 hour daily commute, you are still able, you're still fine. 1 hour commute today is typical in Delhi, Bangalore, or Mumbai, or anywhere. So transportation sector will enable that. Bullet train project will enable this kind of a new scenarios. The entire regional development shall be transformed as a result of the progress in the transportation sector. When Hyperloop project takes off from lab and it comes to market, you can consider another scenarios, what all shall happen. Once again, I want to really thank all the organizers, GMU, CEPT, Adani University, IMU, and GSV for coming together and doing this. On this platform, I can commit from GSV side that our name is Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. This name is given primarily because of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. All of you know that PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan was created as a technology-oriented approach, a geospatial technology-oriented approach to help facilitate better planning and better monitoring of our infrastructure project. It was created to build synergies across various departments and ministries which were so far working in isolation. Personally, I consider PM Gati Shakti not merely as a technology tool or a platform, but as a mindset change from working in isolation or silos to working with synergy. When Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya got this name Gati Shakti, this is what we have imbibed in our spirit, that everything we will do shall be through power of collaboration. We today have a large number of working MOUs. Very happy to say we have a good partnership with Indian Maritime University, and last year, we are by the way only 2.5 years old, last year itself, we had already started a joint MBA program in port and shipping logistics between Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya and Indian Maritime University. 1 year students study here, 1 year students go to Indian Maritime University. Similar things we are doing in many sectors. So through this platform, I want to appeal to all of you that we are here to build synergy and a win-win situation to strengthen the entire transportation sector, particularly ports and maritime sector. Through the power of collaboration, we can do much more than what we have imagined so far. And I encourage and request all of you to periodically visit. If we are organizing some courses, maybe you can take 2-3 lectures, no problem, you can be online. But this exposure of what you have can have a multiplier effect. Same thing we will do. We are very happy to participate when we organize some workshop. I think there was a request by Dr. Sampath for me to send some faculty members. Maybe he was thinking 1 or 2, we sent 5. Backed by them, we sent 5 MBA students also. Because we believe that we learn not only in classrooms, talking and listening, but much more when we go and interact with people. And this is something that we want to extend. Once again, I want to conclude by saying that if we want something that we never had, then we have to do some things which we never did. So we have to strongly work together, and through collaboration and synergy, we can achieve much more. Unfortunately, I just came from Delhi this morning by flight at 8 o'clock, and maybe in 10 minutes I have to leave out of city. I cannot be there with you for full time, though I had planned, but some plans changed. I want to wish all of you a very good day, lot of interactions, deliberations, and maybe at the end of the workshop, few actionable items if you can identify that we shall progress further, that we shall take up further, then we can do it. Thank you so much and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for outlining the vision and significance of this initiative in the context of India's port-led economic strategy. Now we will assemble for the group photo, followed by the tea break. I request you all to reconvene after 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will now begin with our next session, which will address the economic implications of port led development. First, I welcome Dr. T. Bangar Raju sir to continue the discussion on industrial and freight economics in maritime clusters. Dr. T. Bangar Raju is a distinguished academician and industry experienced professional in the field of maritime management, logistics, and supply chain systems, who is currently serving as the Dean of the School of Maritime Management at the Indian Maritime University, Chennai campus. He plays a pivotal role in shaping the next generation of maritime leaders through a balanced integration of academic rigor and industrial insight. His work has contributed significantly to understanding and managing the complexities of port clusters, freight volatility, marine insurance, and green supply chains. His exposure on port operations, energy logistics, and trade corridors enhanced his ability to bridge theoretical constructs with practical strategies. We welcome you, sir.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Uh, First of all, I think I would like to thank Sampath ji for making my life miserable that I should be coming to Baroda. Okay, so I think I'm damn happy. But still, Gati Shakti is our great partner and friend. Jitesh ji is here. Uh, I know my name looks like South Indian, but I've been brought up in Baroda. So I'm one person, South Indian, who knows how to speak and read and write also of Gujarati. Still, my breakfast at home is that poha, batata vada is still there. So I always take an excuse to come to Gujarat over there. I would also like to say that I have a typical background where I'm ex-Adani. So Adani University people are also there. And I was also with JSW, so practitioner who did PhD in port and shipping management to come into teaching. I thought that when you are in Adani, yeah, I thought that it is dhanda. But there is always that kayamat se lekar kayamat tak, there is always dhanda se lekar dhanda. Our education is also one of the largest business sector, okay, in the country. So if you really look at the volume of dhanda which happens in education, with the growth rate of higher education which is going on and all, it is a high growth rate. So that I realized after coming into teaching as this thing. So we have that thing. So I have not left that dhanda still. It is still going on. Why transportation? I think everybody knows that. I think our Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Manoj ji has said that one of the highest growth sector, a lot of directly, indirectly, a lot of job opportunities are going on. Everything is happening in this part. Thanks to the leadership Dr. Narendra Modi, where that obsession with the port is there, whether it's a seaport or a airport, or you'll always find that. So I come from a background where maritime management, and I also teach dynamic pricing for aviation sector. I should teach. I'm trained by Gautam Datta of IIM Ahmedabad. So if you have paid a higher price for your ticket, so please don't think that it is there. So a lot of dynamic pricing is out there. It's not just the demand and supply, it's also there. There's also dynamic pricing in shipping industry also, which you can explore, which is not known, but yes, shipping industry has a superb dynamic pricing which you can find out there. Like for example, if you want to send a Rakhi to your brother in USA, 100 grams of Rakhi would charge maybe 2,500. If you want to send a Dokla sweet by FedEx, so 1 kilo is charged at around 800 or 900 rupees. So there is the dynamic pricing which is there. So that is one of my favorite subject, which happens how they do it over there. Yes, I was with UPES before in Dehradun. From the last 9 months, I am with Indian Maritime University. Uh, I am basically a teacher who would like to spend time. So Sampath ji has said that you have to drag on this session over there. Many people had spoken about port and all that part. There is one debate I think we all would like to take into consideration. The city grew or the port came into picture? Which came first? Okay, so you have that Bombay which is there. Did the port really develop the Bombay or the Bombay city had given birth to the port? So JNPA or the Bombay port, how it is? JNPA has gone some other story, Bombay port has got some other story. Like the Chennai port which is there. Is it that the city Chennai has given birth to the port or the port has given birth to the Chennai city? So this, you will find that across the peninsula a lot of cities have grown. So how did it happen? So typical econometricians will have that data causal analysis that, is it that I have put money in the city so that the port grew, or is it that I put money in the port that the city grew? So you have those causal analysis, and many times this causal analysis goes wrong. So what has really happened? So this debate is still there. Other thing which I would like to say that uh, most of us speak that there are 12 major ports and then there are non-major ports and all. Let me be honest with you, each port has got a story of its own. Okay, each port has got a story of its own, that it has got its own. It is distinctly different than other. Even though we try to say that come on, these ports are like this, that port has come in this way. We try to generalize for easy, but you will find that each port has got its own story behind. Okay, so it's like how the Vada Pav was born out of the mafia of the Bombay port. Like that, you have a lot of stories out of that ports which are there, but there are millions and millions. I mean, you need to spend a lot of time on discussing about that. So there is one topic which they said I should be speaking on this, that because of this port, this thing has really urbanization happened. So generally, I know we the academicians or many people, you want to develop something. Come on, let us put some money on that. Let us put some infrastructure is not there. That is the general statement which anybody would be saying. But today I would like to say that no, that is not the story. Every place you put your money, that does not mean that your city or the port will develop out there. It does not happen. Let us be honest on that. That is the reason why we find that to drive the efficiencies and all, you bring those PPP models which are there. Dr. Lekha is a specialist over there. So that's where you bring the PPP models and all. It does not mean that how that you have put some money out there, so you bring the efficiencies out. No, it need not be. So the concessionary agreements are different from port to port. Even airport to airport, you will find that differences are there. So today I would like to have, since that 30 or 45 minutes time was given to me, I would like to generalize between the East Coast and the West Coast ports which are there, how the urbanization has happened, how the changes have gone, how the structures are different, the cargo structures are different, and how it has been happening. Okay. I am a still learner. Anybody has got their own feedback, they feel something different, you can please have a word on that. Okay, these are the engines of urbanization which I told. So Mundra was nothing. I think that's one of the story. It was nothing. Okay. So somebody says that how could government give at 1 rupee 80 paise per square meter? Obviously, it was nothing. Maybe a desert was better than that. So after the port came, the whole, I think, the landscape has changed. Okay. So you'll find that this West Coast story which is there and the East Coast story. So what is the volume we are trying to do? I think cargo annually which are this thing. So since I'm trying to distinguish between the some of the ports which are there on the West Coast and the East Coast, yes, there is definitely a story which is there on the a success story on the West Coast compared to the East Coast which is there, right? The volumes are more and the this thing are more. So we'll come to this again, the debate which is there. So the graphs which I'm supposed to show, so West Coast is doing really better than the East Coast. Yes, there's one interesting thing, like the Mundra port or the JNPA port which are looking, they are not catering to the urban city which is there. They are catering to the hinterland areas which you will find like Rajasthan. A power plant in Rajasthan needs to take the coal from Mundra port, or it needs to take the coal from other western port which is there where Rajasthan does not have. A power plant in Uttar Pradesh has to take the coal from any of the major ports, or rather I should say a private port or a this thing from the west coast, they take it and all. But the question is again the same. Why does a power plant in Uttar Pradesh takes the coal from uh, west coast? Why not from the east coast? Why that? Again, that multimodal transport, interland connectivity is bad. So that's how we will be concluding on that. Okay. Yes, urbanization patterns adjacent to ports. There's also one thing which I would like to tell the whole class, which is when the session over here. Uh, this I think we had discussion when we had meeting at Adani University with Dr. Raghuramji also, which is there. You will find that a port is something where you will find one structure where port is a part of that city which is there. Okay, let us be honest. That is, say for example, you are taking the Bombay port. So that is, a port is an integral part of that city which is there, that urbanization which has happened. Okay. There also you will find one more city which has been formed, but it is distinctly little bit away from it. So JNPT if you call, or if you look at say Mundra. So Mundra is there. It is a little bit away from the which has been developed and all. Like Kandla, I think you can see. So Kandla city is not inside the, it's not the part of the port. It is something which has been developed away from. So you will find this urbanization patterns which are little bit different, which are there. Okay. This thing. There's also one more thing you will find in the port development area is the industry a part? You know, whether it has been formed because there is a SEZ which is there, or there are export-oriented units which are there. So you will find that urbanization has happened with that. You will also find that there are no industries, but still there are habitants which are typically formed, like the Mormugao port, which is there. Nowadays, I think you'll find some industries over there, but otherwise, Mormugao port is known for the bulk cargo, and the Mormugao port is a part of that city which is there. Let us be honest on that. It is not that away from that it has developed and all. So that stories you will find in that way. Okay. So the urban sprawl, if you look at, that these two patterns are there. So this is how you will be, that metropolitan growth is also linked to these port activities. You will also find, I'll tell you, typical port timings and the city timings are also in the same way. Okay. You will find, like for example, you go to Goa, still people find the timings of the port. Say there's a lunch time. There's a lunch time in the port. The traditional lunch times were there. Say from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, the gang labor takes rest. You will find the shops are also closed in Goa at the same time. Yeah, the cities are developed. They ask. This comes with Vizag also. You will find the city, typical old cities. They go home and sleep. 12 to 3 they close the shops. Okay, just imagine other cities where 12 to 3 closing the shops in the afternoon. Okay, you'll find that. That is nothing but the traditional old ports. The gang used to take rest over there. Okay, so typically I think you know the word gang, how it has come. Nowadays we use the word called gang, right? Gang means a group of people trying to whatever you think. If the gang is nothing but the 4 people or 5 people who work as a group in the port. So that's how the whole this gang came out of that Bombay port, which the word has come, which we use it from there. So they used to take rest. So the port, your city timings were related to that port timings which were there. So you'll find those typical timings of some of the old, which we call the natural ports which were there. So timings are little bit related to that. Okay. Then in the East Coast, I think everybody knows Chennai dominates, which are there. It is still dominating, and there is a great urban spillover also. Uh, okay. So port capacity expansion, yes, the graph, I think it's a clear picture that Mundra, JNPT and Kandla are leading. Superb, they are doing well. Chennai, Paradip, Vizag, yes, they are not that great. I mean, to some competition is being given by the Chennai port, which is there. Okay, urban population growth. Yes, I think this is a very interesting one. So, where is the urban? I told you, like the Bombay port, I told you where the urban population is increasing. So you have this Bombay. I mean, terrific growth which is happening. I think per day, how many people come over there? But again, the challenge is still the same. Is it because of the port, the causal effect, if you really look at? Is it because of that this one has come, or because of the other factors like your Bombay is still the financial capital of India, so that is driving all the people over there. So half of Gujarat travels over there and for business and all. The traditional movements were there. Chennai, yes, definitely because of the port it has come. It is not the financial capital, But yes, the surrounding areas which were there were not that developed, and you will find that it is one of the oldest port which was there, and the started growth is there. Kandla, yes, Kandla was born after we lost Karachi for the partition. So Kandla was developed afterwards, but not much of growth has happened in Kandla for urbanization. Yes, I think people know that it is not much there because of other topographies which are there. Vizag is a concern for me. Paradip is a concern for me. Yes, because Paradip is one port which is one of the oldest major port, having lots and lots of import and export for the coal and iron ore which happens which are over there. But if you look at the urban growth, any of the indicators you take it, any of the indicators like any development indicators you are looking at, Paradip does not figure out there. It's a very, very interesting concern why it has not happened. Okay. So somebody, if you really look at government to say we need to develop Paradip, if I put X money, can I get 3x of the growth over there? That may not be the truth. Where if you do an econometric modeling also, somehow this issue is there for the Vizag and the Paradip which are there. Yeah, Bay of Bengal is bit more disturbing than the Arabian Sea. So maybe the east coast is much badly affected by the cyclonic. I think that could be one of the reason they feel. But somehow, how much Chennai has been doing well. I was really surprised that why why Vizag and Paradip have not been doing well in terms of urbanization. Okay, if you look at the cargo volumes, yes, they are fabulously doing well. Even now also, there are some competitors coming up to take share. There is a lot of Kolkata is also there. In fact, I should have brought Kolkata also. But what is concerning is about this Vizag and Paradip is that it does not have so much of population growth. Yes, how much is the infrastructure investment we are doing? Okay, superb. West Coast 4.5, I think trillion this thing, but that accounts to majorly for the PPP models which are there. Yeah. Now there are some beginners over there in the session. I would like to say some models in this privatization which are there. I'll not talk about the concessionaire agreement. See, there is one thing if you really look at thing, that is there is a privatization of a port. Say like Mundra, you approach a state government. Okay, there is a maritime board. You say that this is the port I would like to, this is the area which I would like to develop a port. You make a concessionaire agreement, you do the dredging, you put some money on that, traffic growth you try to do. So you develop a private port on that. So I would be calling as a, technically it is called as non-major port, but I would be calling it as a private port, you do that. That's one model you'll find. There's other model which is coming is, there is a government port, that is a major port is there, you take up a terminal over there. Okay, you can go and say that, boss, this terminal I'll bid, I will develop this terminal for this particular cargo, or I will go for a multi-purpose cargo over there. I will privatize this, I will develop this terminal, which is now a big success model which is there, which is happening. I'll go for that. So these are the two types of privatization or the PPP models you will find. One very good example of this is Chennai port is a major port. Yeah, it still operates the same way what it has been operating. Only thing is it was a trust before, now it is the authority. There's one port which is there with that, which is now, that's called as Ennore port, okay, which is also called as Kamarajar port, okay, politically they have named that. And none of the terminal of Kamarajar port is operated by Kamaraj port. I hope you got it. Oh, they have got many terminals. They have got a Roro terminal, they have got a container terminal, they have got their own coal terminal. All these are privatized. So each one, there is a separate operator for that. Okay, so none of the operations in the Ennore port, which is there, or the Kamaraja port, they do it. Okay, it is all, each one has got its own, and it is one of the most profitable one. Okay, interestingly, if you look at the profit per person employed over there, if you really look at this thing, it is one of the most profitable one. Maybe Chennai does not go on that. So these are the different models which are emerging out. So now the government also wants in the same way. Well, the purpose at that time for the port was definitely socialism, where you need to give more employment to the local community and all that part which is there. Now the role of port has changed. It is more of a corporation where port has to generate revenue, it has to be a profit center, it has to improve that efficiency. All those objectives have changed. So that's the reason you'll find that the ports have transformed from trust to a authority which is there. So the both differences are there or there. So definitely investments are there. A lot of terminals which are there. This investment has come into either a private port, which is going through. Definitely Gujarat is leading in that. I think close to 45 minor ports are there, which are there. So that investment you can see that. Okay. Now the question is this number which I would like to see, that is Western ports receive more than the, yes. So there is, in my language, the Adani language, Dhanda hai in the Western ports which is there. Yes. So a private person, why does he want to put money? Because there is business over there. And that sort of, atmosphere is there where I can get my returns and you are there. So there are other things like Sagarmala, other initiatives are there which are definitely doing well over there. Okay. So investment is going more on the western coast than which is there on the eastern coast. The reason, my returns are more, obviously. Yeah. Economic linkages, port activity and city GDP. If I really look at, okay, how they are there. So you can see that again Bombay is leading on that. Next comes JNPT, Chennai, Vizag and Paradip. Which are the key economic sectors which are there? Now there is one interesting one which I would like to have, the cargo mix. What is the cargo mix? We all talk that all the ports are carrying so and so. What is the cargo mix between the east coast and the west coast? So if I go to a Vizag port or a this thing or a Paradip port, my container business could be low or there. What is my cargo mix and this thing? It is all my bulk cargo. Is it because the industries have not formed over there, or is it that the ports have not given the birth to industries over there? Why it has not come? I think that is one thing we need to introspect. Why my value-added goods are not there on my east coast, which are there? They are all bulk cargoes. Generally, see major commodities which are being handled on the this thing. But yes, definitely, if you want more GDP, more employment, or whatever you think, value-added goods would definitely be looked upon. If you look at the best ports of the world, I know Rotterdam is there, but generally containerized traffic is generally related to the, they are generally the indicators, more the container traffic, more the developed the nation is. Generally you will find that. So you will find East Coast ports are majorly handling the bulk cargo and less on the, fewer high value sectors which are there. Now what is interesting on my west coast is the value addition which my western ports are giving. Okay, there's a huge, a fabulous mix which is there. Okay, petrochemicals, we look at automotive manufacturing, financial services, advanced logistics hubs dominate. All this you will find on the west coast which are there. So this makes a good contribution to the nation generally. If you look at the which port is giving me more better returns or whatever you think which is going to give. So this is where I think I will put my money on, because that is where I think that I can cater to the development of that city or whatever which you think which is there. Well, again we have eastern coast still relying on that. Okay, containerization and urban growth. Yes, this is where the whole this thing goes on. Okay, where is the way which I told that there is a direct linkage with that. Yes, there is a direct linkage on that. Okay. Kolkata, Vizag, again Chennai, containerization are definitely at the this thing. But there is one typical thing which I find with Chennai. Chennai has got one of the highest GDP. Tamil Nadu has got one of the highest GDP states contributing to the national GDP compared to the other states which are there. If you really look at, okay, it is in the top 2 states which contribute to the GDP part. But even though that my container cargo is little bit not that promising which are there. But if you look at the state wise, JNPT may not be the cargo of Maharashtra. It is generally, it could be the cargo of other states which are there. That is, could be Gujarat or any hinterland connectivity, Delhi cargo or the Rajasthan, Punjab cargo, Haryana cargo could be JNPT. Even Mundra also is same. They both are competing for the hinterland connectivity cargo which is there, which they are taking it. But somehow Kolkata and Vizag are not able to take the hinterland connectivity cargo. So that's where I think we are lagging behind. and there are like the behind the death of Karna, there are many reasons like that. I think there are a lot of reasons behind why the connectivity is not good for the Kolkata and the Vizag, which are there. So that is one area which I think we need to work on. This thing. But otherwise, JNPT and Mundra are totally the hinterland connectivity. If you are looking at a multimodal transport connectivity which is there, your rail, road, all these are fabulous connectivity that is giving great. Again, there are that efficiency indicators like turnaround time, all that which are there. So they are doing really good. Maybe the new port Vadhavan will give some more competition in the years to come. Okay. So yeah, how much is the inland connectivity on the west coast? 6,500 kilometers over here. How much is the inland connectivity in the east coast is 3,200 kilometers. Rough, this is a rough data. That itself shows that yes, my connectivity has got to do with my cargo which I am taking it up. Okay. Then there is a 65% rail connectivity gap which is there. Okay. So western coast enjoys 65% better rail connectivity than the this thing. Okay. I'm still thinking why Gati Shakti is in the west coast, why not on the east coast, right? Yeah, Danda hai, so it is there. So where the business is there, so there we would be going. So you can see the difference over there. Social and environmental challenges, yes, for the urbanization. Uh, all these ports have brought severe urban congestion. In fact, JNPT was born because of that. One thing is, I mean, I remember that 20 years back, we used to go to JNPT port because the Octroi was there. If you had to take all those documentation challenges were there. If you go through the Bombay port and all, so they used to say, even if it's 1,000 rupees extra, make it JNPT port because it doesn't touch this thing. Then extreme land pressures are there, high pollution levels. Yeah. Uh, let me tell you honestly, if you really go by the data, airport and seaport are the highest concentrators of emitters, I should say, emission for the CO2, SO2, whatever you call those, this thing, GHG gases and all. Airports and seaports are the one of the highest one. Okay, so watch out on that part. Then slow urbanization on the east coast, which I told. Okay, there's a slow urbanization on the east coast. Lot of missed economic opportunities are there in the which east coast has missed it. So then there's a limited employment generation which has happened on the east coast because of the ports which are there. Obviously, you can find that. So generally, I think all the urbanized cities are the west coast. This thing, yeah. Non-major ports and urbanization. There is a data also which shows this thing how Gujarat is doing well, Maharashtra, then Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Orissa, which are there. Gujarat, Maharashtra are on the west coast, and here they are on the this thing. What policies? We faculty have got one obsession that this policy to give, this thing. What policies we should be having? Yes, there is a Sagarmala which is there. Typical, only 30% allocation to the east coast despite the greater need. So there is an imbalance of funds between this thing. Yeah, I am putting a caveat that not because I am a South Indian on the east coast, so I am saying that there is an unfair allocation. Not because I am from Tamil Nadu that saying that this thing. Then the Bharatmala, yes, road connectivity project, 65% funding is on the western corridors due to the traffic volume. But again, as a business person, I would always say, I will put where the dhanda is there. My money is always put out there. So yes, Bharatmala is on this thing. Then Gati Shakti, multimodal connectivity planning promising this thing. This is being done across all. Still, I would, there still favors the western regions or whatever it may feel. I think these are some of the ones where more there's an imbalance which is going on as a faculty maybe. But yes, corporates want where the business is there. So that is how the policy, maybe they need to look at where the intervention is required and all that. Yeah, Chennai port, that is I think one of the case studies I thought this thing, how it is exceptionally, it has done well. But yes, logistic bottlenecks are there, space constraints, all that which are there. TUs are very low. My urban GDP is this, but my port jobs are more. But my efficiency of the Chennai port is still challenging. It does not come on the top, this thing, it does not come. But my purpose of creating a port for jobs, if you look at that, it is there. Now this container cargo, this thing is little bit taken by the Ennore port or the Kamarajar port, which is there. There are other, the Krishnapatnam port was born out of that. You know, they said that we will bring more container traffic, and they tried to take some more there. Yeah, recent thing what I've been doing, planned expansion in Dhamra, then Paradeep and Visakhapatnam. Dhamra, Paradeep, Visakhapatnam are on the east coast which are there. Then urban planning, yes, new development zones, SEZ being this thing to leverage the port infrastructure which is there. Then this is all to improve that. Then connectivity, which we already discussed, you know, railroad connectivity project focus on eastern corridors through slower and all. Let me be honest, Orissa and Andhra Pradesh are, to be honest, they are also dominated by the forest area. There's a big forest area, and there is a Naxal problem which was there in the past, which made corporates hesitate to, you know, whether I should really put up a plant out there, which is there. So traditionally this has been happening for the last 30 years, where deforestation is, to get an environmental clearance on a eastern coast because of more greener cover is still a challenge compared to the western coast which is there. So the green coverage, environmental concerns are not much out there. So that is one reason I think you will find the thing. Yeah, future outlook risk, yes. Port industry is expected to grow at 4 to 7%. I think everybody knows this data which is there. Widening imbalance risk is there. So a lot of west coast is going this thing. Then development needs, policy in all these interventions are required. So that the east coast also has a better balance on this. Yes, you need to bridge the east and west divide which is there. So how we should be going, policy frameworks must address both port infrastructure and urban planning. Then sustainable growth should be there, you know. Then future vision, we should have a comprehensive approach of this city development with the port development which is there. Obviously, that would really bring a good to the local communities and all. Yeah. Any questions or anything you have, please welcome on this thing, which is anything you can. I know it's a one-way traffic. First thing is I'm not a great faculty or there, but you can still ask questions on that part. Yeah. Underutilized. Yeah. That is because of the connectivity is bad.
Around for 200 MTPA, but the volumes are not there.
I know that, but I think that connectivity has got to do with that. I'll tell you how I want to explain. You know LNG?
Yes, sir. LNG.
Liquefied natural gas.
Yes, sir.
Liquefied natural gas is still very good in Gujarat. Okay. Cochin also has got LNG part. Okay. Initially when they put money, the investment in LNG, because gas is a transition fuel which they said before we go for the emissions part. So they put equal investment in Cochin also, they put more in Gujarat also. Gujarat has been successful because the pipeline network was fabulous.
Yes.
But in Cochin it became a failure initially because the pipeline network was not there. So that investment initially which they did for Cochin, for the first 5 years it went for a toss. Similarly is the port of Paradeep, and if you look at the hinterland connectivity is still a challenge. But the port will not accept that, my capacity is underutilized or whatever. So unless the connectivity comes well, you cannot make the thing.
Yes, sir. It is correct. The internet connectivity is not there, and we are building the eastern dedicated freight corridors, and it is still made till Sonnagar also.
Western freight corridor is
Doing yeah,
much ahead and
much ahead.
faster
Yes, sir.
than the eastern freight corridor.
Exactly.
In fact, eastern freight corridor would have been ready. Then all the Uttar Pradesh power plants should be taking the coal from eastern.
Eastern.
Yeah. In fact, the coal comes from Indonesia. That is one of the dominating exporters. So it will be more easy to. You will save $1 on the ocean freight. It will take it from the east coast, which is there.
Thank
But they still fear. Because of the whatever thing, I have my rake movement very well from the western thing. That's the
Yes,
reason
sir.
they take it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
disparity is there. That's the reason. First question. Again, how to oversee that? How to eliminate that disparity in regional part?
The richest state by minerals is first is Orissa. Okay. Next one is Karnataka. Okay. If you remove Bangalore, Karnataka is still one of the backward area, and Orissa is also still one of. I mean, I'm talking in terms of urbanization. Maybe Orissa is still not being done. I told you no. If you want to get a project cleared because of the environmental conditions, it's a tough task to get a clearance in Orissa. Because you can also see this case study with POSCO, that South Korean which wanted to put up a plant. Even Mittals also, this Ansler Mittal wanted to put a plant in Orissa. They could not because of the environmental. I know there is again a reason called as political interventions and all they will say, but that environmental clearance to get in Orissa is much a tougher task compared to the other one which they blame. Even if you want to put a railway track for the connectivity, so Gujarat had that advantage because not much of greener cover was there. So to get a clearance from the environmental in Gujarat, they took that opportunity. That chance was there. That I'll take lesser time with the green cover and all. So they took that a chance and they made it on that part. But still, that Orissa, they still say that their environmental clearance is a challenge if you really look at it. A lot of steel plants, they said, will put money because of the iron ore deposits there in Orissa. A lot of other minerals also there. But they failed to get that. They have waited for 7 to 8 years also, and then they came out that I'm not able to get this. So, I mean, there is that Naxal issue and all that part is there, but that is not a major one. So, I feel that environmental clearance was a major issue on that. How to, yeah. So, maybe somehow we need to look at more development, more cutting of the trees is required. Okay, so maybe it's like that. Like I stayed in Uttarakhand. So, the Chardham, they have put, 4-lane roads. I think you are aware. They're cutting 6 lakh trees. And check the temperature out there. Dehradun is no longer the same temperature which is there. It goes till 45 degrees. Okay. Yeah, it goes till there. So proper Dehradun, because you are cutting the trees for that. So somewhere, if you want development, you need to negotiate with your atmosphere or whatever this environmental which are there. Yeah, that this thing is there. Yeah, anything. Yeah, madam.
Been exposed. But since you ended your talk on bridging the east-west
To be
port
honest, no,
divide,
he invited me only for a 15 to 20 minutes talk.
yeah.
मेरे को पूरा सीरियल का एपिसोड दे दिया.
So can I continue with my question?
Okay. I'm making a joke on the background.
Yeah. All right.
That person
All right.
sitting in the middle is a very
Yeah.
dangerous person.
Okay. So
बोल खोल दिया. He just one thing is I would have come to definitely we have
Yeah.
a relationship with GSV.
Yeah.
So me and Dr. Lekha Ravi were coming. He said Raju, you're coming. Give me a 15 or 20 minutes. इधर आने के बाद बोला कि शुरुआत तो आप ही कर रहे हो. Opening dance और song तो आपका ही है करके.
After last question, 2-3 minutes, other participants, please hold your questions with you. He is available. We will start the next session.
Yeah, sure.
After 3 minutes.
Yeah, please, ma'am. You can
yeah.
talk, yeah.
So basically, we're talking about having a balance.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we talk about temperature, climate change, and sustainability. No. So my question is that how do we achieve that balance? We know that Western port is overdeveloped, and Eastern port is underdeveloped. So how do we look at this entire factor of sustainability while doing this particular process?
So,
That is,
when I have discussed our research when we did, madam, that to set up everybody wants to do business, why the clusters have not formed on the eastern coast. Okay, so you will find that majorly these reasons are there. So sometimes because of those clearances you may not be able to go forward and do that part. So it's easy that the policy comes out there, but you may not be able to do that. Clearances cannot be given. Somewhere you have to, which I told somewhere you will have to negotiate yourself that whether I can really do it or not. Like, if you really look at, like, I stayed, even though I stayed for 12 years in Uttarakhand, I was really unhappy that Char Dham Yatra was being done, a 4-lane being done. I'm really, अरे भगवान के पास जाना है तो आपको पैदल ही जाना है, I really felt that. But at the same time, it gives a lot of employment generation for the local communities out there. More people will go by car, the tourists will increase. If you look at the model which they made it, so they said that it is a very good feasibility for the villages which are there. They need not migrate to the cities. That's what they said. But how about the temperatures which are there because of 6 lakh trees? They officially declared that it has to be there. So we mankind also somehow we have to think of that. Where is that ethics? Is my environment important, or that my livelihoods are important? Somewhere we are caught in the dilemma.
So,
on that
sir,
part.
this.
So my part is my
yeah.
question. My thing is, should Orissa really go? I mean, I'm taking Orissa as a state. Really negotiate with its environment and go for that development part, or it should really protect its environment and say that no, I will remain the same and do that.
So, sir, I recall one of the judgment where there was a fight between development and environment, and the judge said that it is really sin to say that in a country which is developing and you say that don't develop. It's really sin. But what we do not know is that how to factor in sustainability or the environment in the process of development. So my question is here, how do we factor in while achieving the balance?
No, but somehow they always say that you do a forestation. I do afforestation. There is many of the corporates do this part which is coming out. I mitigate. They say that okay, I am cutting these many trees, but I will mitigate that. To what extent is that mitigation really
Exactly.
happening?
Yeah.
Because I come from the other side of the corporate, so I would definitely put up a question that to what extent that mitigation is really happening. That is. Yes.
Madam, that is an entire dialogue which is going on. Port development at what cost? So the economic gain versus the environmental cost. This is an ongoing discussion. In fact, it is a topic for another workshop itself. I will wind up, sir. The example of Port of Vizhinjam is one such, madam. There were so many environmental concerns, and over the years, to a certain extent, it is being spearheaded by Adani, and employment and socially there has been a response to it, where once upon a time there was so much of opposition. So there are ways, but it cannot compensate one another. One comes at the cost of the other. That's where the policy makers, government, the private sector, they try to come to a conclusion, but it is not one with an easy answer. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
It was really all the concerns were taken. The accident which has happened now. Fisheries department and all the fishermen community are badly affected. Very bad. We can continue for the lunch.
So, before we move to the next session, on behalf of organizing committee GSV, I really want to extend a special thanks to Professor Raju for really helping us. Somehow it was difficult at the last moment to get the expert from Sagarmala, and really Professor Raju has enlightened the audience with his thought, long experience in this domain, and I could see a lot of curiosity. So that itself is an indication that lot of challenging issues he has set the pitch for this workshop. And now entire day we will try to see that how can we connect the threads with this say emerging and critical issues what Professor Raju has said. So thank you Professor Raju for your help and all this enlightening session.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights. I invite Dr. Sumit Kumar, sir, to please felicitate Dr. T. Bangar Raju, sir, with a token of appreciation. Next, I invite Dr. O.P. Agarwal sir to share his insights on urban transport policy and development. Sir is a distinguished fellow, Niti Aayog, former CEO, WRI India, former Joint Secretary Urban Transport, Union Ministry of Urban Development. He was a member of the Indian Administrative Service from 1979 to 2007. He held several positions with the national and state government of Assam, including Joint Secretary Training to the Government of India in the Ministry of Personnel and Training and Joint Secretary Urban Transport in the National Ministry of Urban Development. He has worked with the World Bank for 6 years as its Global Urban Transport Advisor in Washington, D.C. He chaired the US Transport Research Board Committee on Transport in Developing Countries for a period of 6 years. Sir would be joining us in online mode. Over to you, sir.
Thanks very much. If you could just confirm that you're able to hear me. Could someone confirm that I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thanks very much, and my apologies for not being able to join there physically. Some sudden trip came up and I just got back early this morning. That's why I couldn't come to Baroda and sort of be with all of you. But I'll make this online presentation. I think there's a little confusion on the topic. The topic that was given to me was economics and industrial development, not about urban transport. I wish it had been urban transport, but nevertheless, what I'm going to talk about is also going to be quite interesting. Let me try and share my screen. Are you able to see the screen? Someone will have to speak into the mic and tell me you can. Otherwise, I won't hear.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good. Let me make it full screen.
Please make it slideshow.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out where that icon is. Okay, is this okay?
Yes, it is okay.
Okay, good. So thanks very much for the opportunity, and once again, my apologies for not being there. But what I want to talk about is something that is very important, and I'll later come to where the linkage lies with ports. But the whole concept of economics and industrial development is something that I will talk about. But let me start with a little basic. What is India's Viksit Bharat ambition? We're all hearing this thing about Viksit Bharat. What is this Viksit Bharat ambition? Essentially, it's an ambition to become a $30 trillion economy by 2047. Now, this number by itself may not mean very much unless I say that today we are at roughly 4 trillion. It's a $4 trillion economy today. We want to become 30 trillion, which is almost a 7.5 times growth in the next 22, 23 years. Which means really it's roughly a 9% growth each year. Now, for a country to be growing at 9% is really something amazing. It's something really ambitious. But China has seen this kind of growth, particularly between 1980 and 2000. But that has also continued maybe at a slightly lower pace. But that whole period of 40 years between 1980 to 2020 has been that explosive growth that China witnessed. So even though we may call it ambitious, to my mind, if you don't have ambition, you get nowhere. Hence, ambition is necessary, and to my mind is doable if we get our acts together. So this really is what India's Viksit Bharat ambition is. But if you look at what has been the general trajectory of economic development anywhere in the world, the progression really has been from agriculture to industry or manufacturing and then to services. That's why they're called the primary sector of the economy, the secondary sector of the economy, and the tertiary sector of the economy. So surpluses from agriculture go into manufacturing, surpluses from manufacturing go into services. That has been the general trend that various countries have followed. But something unique has happened in India. We seem to have bypassed this manufacturing phase. We seem to have leapfrogged into services. Now, leapfrog is often looked upon as something good, but honestly, in this case, I don't think it's good. I think manufacturing is extremely important, but we seem to have gone past that. We will look at why, what were the reasons, and what are some of the things that we can do to try and correct that. I'll also talk about what is happening in that direction. So if you look at the sectoral contributions today in the Indian economy, it's about roughly 60% coming from services, about 24% from manufacturing, and 17% from agriculture. That has been broadly the sectoral contributions today. But if you look at the historical growth of the historical contributions, if you look at this very carefully, even at the time of independence, agriculture was very high. That we were not really anywhere close to development. We were a colonial economy which was passed on to the new sort of independent India. 54% was agriculture. So that is quite understandable at a low level of development. Manufacturing was only 11%, 35% was in services. So largely jobs, health, education, these kinds of things were in this services sector. But over the years, you will notice that while agriculture has come down, that means the share of agriculture has come down, not the total amount. The share of agriculture has come down. The growth has happened to a huge extent in the services sector. It hasn't gone through the path of agriculture to manufacturing to services, but it seems to have jumped straight into services. This is what has happened. Now, if you look at China, China in 1980s said that we want to become the factory of the world. That was their slogan. It's a factory of the world. There was very strong support to manufacturing, and as a result, we saw the growth of a very large number of the smaller cities. And the smaller cities are where the industrial areas grew. We look at why that happened. But the whole thing was factory of the world, and we are seeing that today. Most of the goods that you look to buy in the market, if you look very carefully, chances are very high that they are made in China. It's because the focus was very strongly on manufacturing. Now, unfortunately in India, some of the reasons that at least I believe, which have led to stagnant manufacturing in the country, first has been a near strangulation of manufacturing by over-regulation. If you were a manufacturing company, the kind of regulations, the kind of laws that you had to abide by, and the kind of corruption that went into regulating such kind of industry was really killing. I mean, frankly, our past policies strangled manufacturing completely. This was one. Second, we had very stringent entry and exit barriers, which means someone who was already there was in a position to prevent anyone else from coming in. And the person who was already there, if that person was not doing well or that factory was not doing well, we had very strong laws which prevented you from exiting. With the result, systems of low value production, poor quality production, they sustained. They went on for a long time. A large part of the reason was government policies did not want labor to suddenly be jobless. Good reason, but then industry got strangulated because of that. Then we had very stringent control over international trade and also on getting foreign exchange. So if you had to import something, you needed an import license. Getting that import license was an ordeal. Believe me, I have worked in the Ministry of Commerce at that point of time, maybe a little after the 1991 period. But the experience was really terrible. Importing something, you had to really be a master at knowing how to deal with the bureaucracy over there. Similarly, getting foreign exchange was near impossible. So these were very strong sort of regulatory effects which stagnated manufacturing. Now, services grew largely through IT. IT was where the boom happened. And as some people say that government did not know about IT, government was not there in IT, and that is why IT grew so fast. If government had been there, maybe regulations would have even prevented IT from growing. So thanks to the absence of government, IT grew so fast, and that was a good thing that has happened. Now, the other dimension which I would like to point out on this is that post-independence, our policies seem to believe that if we promote rural areas, or if we look after the rural areas well, people will not migrate to urban areas. That's why a lot of emphasis was placed on rural areas. Now, that was a good thing, but it does not prevent urbanization from happening. Economy must grow from agriculture to manufacturing and services, and manufacturing and services happen in urban areas. Rural areas, people may not migrate, but the rural areas themselves may become urban areas. So this move towards urban does not stop. But because we believe that by looking after rural areas, we will be able to slow down urbanization, we invested very little in our cities. And because we invested very little in our cities, we found that urban infrastructure was hugely neglected. The result was we saw slums, we saw congestion, we saw shortage of all kinds, water supply, electricity, all kinds of things were in huge supply deficits in the urban areas. And it was for the first time in 2005 that government realized that urbanization is actually going to take place. It's not going to stop. And that's when they launched that mega program called the JNNURM program, the Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission program, which for a change brought in a massive amount of money for urban infrastructure. I can tell you that this program brought in 50,000 crores from the national government over a period of 5 years, or over a period of 7 years, sorry. So roughly it meant 7,000 crores per year. Now at that point of time, before this program came, the Ministry of Urban Development's annual budget was about 300 crores. All of a sudden it went up to about 7,000 crores. So just to give you an idea of how the sudden emphasis on urban areas began to take place. This was of course followed in 2014 by the Smart Cities Mission, the Amrut program, all of them recognizing that we had to get our urban areas to grow. Now before that, 1991 itself had changed many things. Many of you would have heard about the economic liberalization in 1991. In many ways, it was a revolution of sorts. I was fortunate to have been in the Ministry of Commerce at that time in Udyog Bhavan, which also houses the Ministry of Industry. And suddenly we saw that the kind of activity that used to happen in that building suddenly came down because a lot of offices there, which were actually regulating manufacturing, were closed down overnight. Everything became simpler. It became much simpler to set up new industries. It became much simpler to import or export. In fact, curbs on exports were cut down hugely. But, it was a big thing. It was a very big thing that took place. That's why I say, a huge revolution of sorts. Licensing and trade restrictions almost vanished. Foreign exchange was much easier to get. But there were many areas, many cities, many regions which could not benefit from this liberalization of 1991, largely because they did not manage their land very well. After all, manufacturing or economic activities do need land. And if land is not available, land prices are very high, property prices are very high, people will not come and invest. So many regions did not grow too well because of this. In fact, Bombay is a classic example of a city that could not benefit from the economic liberalization because of poor land management. And then, of course, the infrastructure in cities continued to be weak at that point. I'm talking of 1991. The huge gaps had continued. The urban programs, if you recall what I just said, came in only about 15 years after this. So then sometime in the first half of the 2000s, that means just around the time when the JNNURM also came in, the Ministry of Commerce had launched the program called the Special Economic Zones. The idea was, can we provide good industrial infrastructure in concentrated locations where all the facilities will be available, and then attract industry to come and manufacture there. Now, the concept was very good, but not too many of them went forward very far, primarily because they faced problems of land assembly. So land was not easy to get. A lot of the land was owned by landowners, and getting it out of them was not very easy. There may have been some government land, but a lot of, we were looking at large parcels for setting up big special economic zones. It was the JNNURM program.
Professor Agrawal, it seems there is some
Some
connectivity
of the
issue.
larger cities. It was the larger cities that really came into these programs. The JNNURM looked at 67 cities. The Smart Cities mission was 100 cities. But India has more than 7,000 cities. So the number of cities was very small. They were largely tended to be the bigger cities. Now, the problem with bigger cities is, smaller cities got left out. And the problem is, larger cities are good for services because services do not need too much land. Manufacturing needs a lot of land. And to be able to get land at a price that is affordable for manufacturing activities, you really need the smaller cities to grow. Unfortunately, our focus was to a large extent the bigger cities. They were the more visible cities. So this again was something that constrained the growth of manufacturing in the country. So our whole gap, one other thing that I find very strange is a lot of our thinking on urban areas, whether you look at conversations, whether you look at pieces that come out in the media, they are all looking at urban areas from the perspective of being livable. That means whether your solid waste is collected properly, whether water is available, whether housing is available. It's all about livability parameters that we are always talking about. What we rarely talk about is how are cities the engines of economic growth? What is the economic vision of that city? What kind of economic activity should be driving that city? What kind of planning should we do with the economic vision in mind? This is something that is completely missing in our conversations. So that's why, we are not thinking of cities as the engines of economic growth. That whole economic visioning element is missing. It's all about how good is a city as a place to live in. Now, this is certainly important. You need the city to be a good place to live in, but that's not all. You need the city to drive the economy of your country. So that is why a new focus that has today come up is talking about establishing 20 growth hubs. So these are growth hubs where the economic visioning will drive the growth of that region. And the city is an anchor for that entire region. So the growth is not intended within the administrative boundary of the city, but goes beyond that city. It looks at a whole region. So this is the new program of establishing 20 growth hubs. And the idea here is shifting for only land use planning to planning based on an economic vision. It's the economic vision that should determine what infrastructure we need, the land that we need for each of these infrastructure, what other facilities we need, how much land do we need for each of those facilities. It's the economic vision that's the starting point. And land use planning based on that economic vision is what the new direction seems to be. Then we are also shifting from a focus only on the administrative boundaries of an urban area to a more regional focus, going beyond just the administrative boundaries of an urban area, mainly because you can't delink the economy of the rural areas from the adjoining urban areas, or the economy of the urban area from the nearby rural areas. There are very strong interlinkages between them. Our old policies did not take that interlinkage into account. So this is the new thing that is happening. And there's a much stronger focus on connectivity. If you look at a region, the connectivity within the region is extremely important. So this is the new focus that is coming up. Now, if you ask me, why am I talking of all this in a program that is meant for ports? Now, where do ports fit in? Essentially, ports are excellent nucleus for establishing manufacturing hubs. And not only do they make exports competitive, they also reduce the transport costs and the environmental damage. So little earlier in the previous session, there were some questions around sustainability on environment. Now, water transport is by far the most sustainable mode of transport. The least emissions come from water and rail systems. Now, having manufacturing close to ports means we are dependent on reduced road transport costs, but a large share of the costs happening through the maritime road. And that is why ports are good places to think of. Also, a lot of land is available if you go around, not very close to the port, but a little away from the port, you do have a fair bit of land. And this is far less expensive because these are not large cities. So that land is something that we should try and leverage. And the argument that I'm trying to make is we should not think of ports only as transport facilities. The moment we start thinking of ports as the nucleus for leading India's growth ambitions, I think we would have really got to what we need to do. So ports can be a nucleus for something much more than just being a transportation facility. And so that's why the argument is develop port-centered special economic zones. Pudong, that many of you would have heard about, something very close to China. Pudong is a huge, massive special economic zone, very close to Shanghai. So Pudong is a great example. Rotterdam is yet another example. Of course, Rotterdam is a lot older. Pudong started sometime in the early 1990s is when it started. So we need to think of ports as that kind of an arrangement. So the road ahead, particularly with the growth hubs thing that I mentioned, 4 growth hubs have already been identified: Mumbai, Surat, Vizag, and Varanasi. The Mumbai and Surat growth hubs have already been formally launched. Niti Aayog took the lead in doing that. Some presentations have recently been made to the Chief Minister of Andhra as far as the Vizag growth hub is concerned. Similarly, for Varanasi, presentations have been made in UP to the Chief Secretary and other leaders there. Orissa is thinking of another one around the Bhubaneswar, Puri, Cuttack area. So these growth hubs are already there. As I said, Mumbai and Vizag have ports as the nucleus. It's really around the ports, taking advantage of the ports that this is coming up. Now, what is necessary is similar plans must be taken up for other major ports also. That's how you'll see ports driving industrial growth. But it's very important that we don't look at it only from an infrastructure point of view. You have to look at an economic vision. The starting point has to be that economic vision. And then it's easy to assemble land parcels, should be brought together. Whatever else is needed may have to be formally acquired. But that whole port region has to be thought of as the region that would grow. Then, of course, the next is develop plans for each of these parcels, look at what is the infrastructure required, start building that infrastructure, and then build the required connectivity. But most important thereafter is how do you lure investments? It needs a lot of marketing, it needs a lot of road shows, it needs a lot of passion. Investors don't come on their own because there are many places they can go and invest in. They have to be attracted. And that is the kind of machinery that we need to put in place. To me, Sagarmala is an excellent opportunity that is to be leveraged into driving India's economic growth, not just as a transportation facility. So the pathway to my mind is to become a $30 trillion economy, you have to focus strongly on manufacturing. And manufacturing needs both domestic markets and international markets. There will be a huge reliance on exports if you're going to start producing a lot more. China did not want to become a factory of the world because it only wanted to consume in China. It wanted to produce for the whole world. That's why exports become so important. And 80% of international trade happens through shipping. That's why locating these facilities close to ports means that your export costs come down hugely. And ports are therefore crucial for scaling it up. So I will stop with this, and if there are any questions, happy to take them. Can I stop sharing so that I can see a little bit of...
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for an excellent session, and now our audience can ask the questions.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. My name is Professor Mukesh Parikh. I work right now with the Adani University. I have been a part of this journey in the maritime sector for over 40 years now. I have seen a lot of shift in the policy framework, and I would like to understand by addressing this question to you in terms of what do you think should be the policy direction. You mentioned about the SEZs being notified in the year 2000 onwards. And it has actually migrated from the earlier concept known as the export processing zones to special economic zones, examples being that of SEEPS, Kandla, and many others. And after a while of successful operation and implementation in the SEZ policy, suddenly there was another twist, and the SEZs remained no longer as attractive as the original policy framework made it out to be. Today again we are talking in terms of establishing more centers, one of them being the Gujarat Investment Finance Technology Centers and similar cases. So why is this different shifts in the policy, and what the government should be actually doing in terms of retaining the attractiveness of the investors? You mentioned about luring the investment with the consistency in the approach of whatever is decided to be followed as a policy direction. Thank you, sir.
So I think in any country, as the country grows or as the country moves from one phase to the other, policy changes will happen. So I think stagnant policies is not a good idea. Policies must change. But I think your key question that I understand is, why did we move from export processing zones to SEZs? And then when SEZs didn't move forward, why are we suddenly coming back to the similar concept now? In a nutshell, this is what I understood as your question to be. Now, if you look at export processing zones, remember one thing, that manufacturing has to depend, or even if it is export-led manufacturing, it has to depend on a certain nucleus of domestic consumption. Export processing zones were only for exports. There was very stringent regulations relating to anything leaving an export processing zone not being able to find its way into the domestic market, because there were tax concessions and the duties, local duties were not levied on them. But what was found, at least at the time of economic liberalization, the early 1990s, was that you needed a domestic market to provide that initial support even for export growth or export-led manufacturing. So that's why the Commerce Ministry at that time said that let us allow some degree of domestic sales also. And that's why it came up with the concept of a SEZ instead of the EPZ. Now, today, we are not coming back to something exactly the same. The SEZ concept, I think, is a good concept. Why it didn't go through, my own reading was that there were difficulties in assembling land. And subsequently, some changes have been made in the land acquisition regulations or laws also. I'm not very familiar with what exactly they were and how they have helped. But the idea today is not limiting it to concentrated or very limited uh, land parcels. It is a whole region that you're talking of. When you're talking of a whole region, you are actually connecting many cities within that region and taking that whole region forward. So the Surat SEZ, Surat Growth Hub, for example, not SEZ, Surat Growth Hub is looking at 6 different districts around Surat. So even the Vizag SEZ, again I'm saying SEZ, the Vizag Growth Hub is again looking at almost 1/3 of Andhra, that whole area being looked upon as a regional growth. So it's taking urban planning principles, anchoring them in an economic vision and going beyond administrative boundaries of cities. So you're bringing that linkage between rural and urban into focus. This is, I think, the change that is taking place. And in many ways, if you look at what China has done, again, we keep talking about China because a lot of things that can happen in China may not be possible here, but at least we need to see what is happening there. Their whole growth strategy is around 19 city clusters. So the whole country, they've looked at 19 clusters of cities. And these clusters of cities could be as far as away as even 100 kilometers away from each other. But that whole cluster is being developed with infrastructure, economic vision, which is a very different concept from a more concentrated SEZ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Bhavna Vasudev from MS University of Baroda. I'm an architect, urban planner. Excellent presentation, sir, and a lot of questions were answered. I just wanted to confirm with you. You said that when we develop port and using water as the mode of transport and developing various other growth centers, as you said, Surat, Bombay, etc., etc. My question here is, if I'm understanding it correctly, that when you use port instead of say building road or railways, another thing for commuting from one place to other place, whether it will have any negative impact on economic vision. That is first, because when we develop roads, railway tracks, etc., that also lead to or contribute to the economic growth. That is first, and generate employment, etc. So in this case, we are not doing that, only we are developing the port. That is first. And the second is, you said think of ports as nuclei, which can lead to India's growth. So what do you exactly mean by that?
Okay, maybe I made a mistake in how I communicated. No, I did not mean to say that you are only working on ports and you're not building roads and railway lines. That has to happen. That will have to happen. All I'm arguing for is look at the area close to ports or around ports as places where you can establish manufacturing. Because wherever you establish your manufacturing hubs, you will have to build road and rail lines from there to wherever you want to sell. But a large part of the sales will be by way of exports. And so if you have it close to ports, you will be transporting it more easily, you will be transporting more sustainably, and your exports will become more competitive. That's what I meant. Now, when I say ports are the nucleus, it doesn't mean you only develop the port. No, port is being developed by whoever is the port trust and whoever is the agency responsible for that port. But look at the hinterland of that port. If you look at the hinterland of that port, that hinterland should become a strong manufacturing base to feed that port. That's what I meant by nucleus. That means we know the port is there, the port has a certain capacity. If you expand the capacity of the port, there must be something using that additional capacity. And that's why create these facilities close to ports so that export base or the market, let's say the hinterland for the port goes up.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Anurima. I have taught at CEPT University and also.
Be a little louder. Keep the mic close to you or something. A little louder. I'm not able to.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. My name is Anurima. I have taught at CEPT University and also at Adani University till recently. I have a background in economics and urban planning, and so very interesting presentation. I'd like to know a little more about the Growth Hub initiative of the Niti Aayog. And you talked about 4 cities that have been taken up. These are all already developed cities. So is there a thought in taking up what we call maybe greenfield areas? It may not be cities, but maybe regions or things like that. So wanted to know a little more on that.
Absolutely. So these are only 4 that have been pilots that have been taken up. You know, the idea was that we are testing a new way of thinking. A new way of thinking is traditionally we have looked at urban planning from a land use perspective. We are now thinking of changing that whole focus into starting with an economic vision. You see, land use planning is bound to happen. We have to do that still. But can we think of an economic vision behind that land use planning? And it is not an economic vision which is captured in the first 3 pages of a master plan document. It has to be much wider, much bigger, much more ambitious, so that economic visioning is the starting point. You will find that there's not much happening in that city. When we say Mumbai or Surat, actually the growth is not happening so much in those cities itself. The growth is happening much more around those cities. So these cities are the anchor, but around that, the region that is there is getting connected to these, anchor cities. It's getting connected through various other transport facilities. So it's a whole region around that that is growing. What this new philosophy has also done is tried to remove this barrier between urban and rural. You know, in many ways, there is a very strong linkage between urban and rural, which in our planning so far, we have tended to ignore. So this is what is now coming up. 4 have been taken up at a pilot. The idea is now states would get excited into doing this and come up with more ideas. So that's why Orissa has already come up with this thing of Bhubaneswar, Puri and Cuttack, Khurda, that belt. But other cities are bound to come up. Other states are bound to come up with this also. You see, there's one other big advantage. I'm sorry, I'm sort of mentioning this as an additional point. But one of the things that we all talk about in India is that mayors are weak. Whereas most other countries, the mayors are very powerful. And we said one of our drawbacks in India is that mayors are weak. But believe me, I have seen one of these city clusters in China. And there, the growth of that city cluster is getting constrained by the fact that the mayor is very strong, but the provincial governors are weak. Now, what happens is if you look at a city cluster, it is connecting multiple cities. Now, transport systems and other infrastructure in the cities is getting built up well because the mayor is strong. But the connectivity between the cities is not happening as well because the governors are weak. In our case, since the mayors are weak, but the provincial chief ministers are stronger, I believe that if you look at a slightly wider geographical area, the stronger state governments will be in a better position to provide the intercity connectivity. So other states will come up. Conversations have started. We are also trying to look at, promoting a few others. But these are 4 that were started by the Niti Aayog primarily to get the ball rolling and test the ground.
Professor Hopi, I was going to come down to this point of 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment. What happens to the 3rd level of government? I mean, the local, both in urban and rural area. You mentioned mayor versus weak governor, or in our case, weak district president. But how does this economic development, should we ignore the local government and look at district or state government, as you were mentioning in your last sentence, or should we still think that they are relevant?
No, they are extremely relevant. They are extremely relevant. I mean, there's no question of getting away from them. We have to do a lot, whatever we can. You see, JNNURM, Smart Cities Mission, all these programs had a very strong focus on persuading state governments to strengthen the local bodies. Now, the problem with the 73rd and 74th amendments were they only recommended that powers be transferred to the urban local bodies. They did not mandate it. So we all talk a lot about the 73rd and 74th, but I think merely saying that recommending it and not mandating it left the option with the state government. And politically, no MLA wants to give up the powers that he has to a local level body, because we've seen around the world that if mayors become powerful, local, local provincial level become very weak. Mayors are really who become the most visible. In New York, nobody knows who's the governor of New York province, but everyone knows who's the mayor of New York. So state levels have seen that as a challenge to them, and that's why they're not willing to pass on the powers. But there's something that we have to keep on working on. But it doesn't mean that unless that happens, we don't do anything.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for great insight on those things. But I have a question related to that. If we are going to have manufacturing units nearby port only or coastal areas, what about other areas? How we are going to make those developed areas?
Why do you take it as only ports? I'm not saying only ports. You see, think of ports also as good places where you can manufacture. You don't close down everywhere else. You know, manufacturing has to happen at multiplicity of locations, but think of ports as places where you have good export potential or good facilities for export close to that manufacturing. No, I did not intend to say that it should be only near ports and nowhere else.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much for that very insightful and very succinctly you had put together, a lot of information on how we moved from the primary sector, from agricultural, to the manufacturing, which we didn't do right, and we jumped straight to growth in services today. Majority of our GDP coming from the service sector. I just want to take your opinion on what are we doing to strengthen our primary sector, our agriculture sector? Are we focusing more on manufacturing and letting the growth at that sector stagnate? Or are we thinking on lines of strengthening our primary sector too? This may not be directly related to our, the theme of the conference, but this is a thought which just came up. Steadily, it has been going down, as you rightly pointed out in your presentation.
The share has
been going down. I understand.
The share does not mean that the quantum of production has been coming.
Yes.
Don't mistake the two. I mean, just to quickly answer your question with an example.
Yes, sir.
In the mid-1960s, we used to import a lot of wheat from the US under what is called the PL 480 program. We were completely dependent on the import of wheat from the US. If the US decided not to give us wheat, we were stuck. We would die out of starvation. That was the situation we were in.
Yes.
And for those who may be familiar, the US at one stage appointed some consultants to try and find out, because they were also running short of wheat, how they should optimize their sale of wheat to different countries. And these consultants went back and said, don't sell to India because you can't save India, save the rest of the world. That was the finding of the consultant. When suddenly then government realized, hey, this is not what we should be doing. And then we had the Green Revolution and all those kinds of things. So from a situation where we were completely dependent on importing wheat, today India is also exporting food. I think the emphasis we've given to agriculture should be a good answer. to the fact that agriculture has not been neglected. It's just that, any economy as it grows, a smaller share should come from agriculture. It doesn't mean food production comes down. Food production goes up, continues to go up. But today we don't hear of food shortages. You may have price problems. That's a distributional issue. But actual production of food, we're really not facing problems. We are exporting food today.
We are. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir. I'm Bhavika. I'm an urban designer and planner. Hello, can you hear?
Yes.
My name is Bhavika. I'm an urban designer and planner. My question is in the lines of urbanization. Whatever you were talking about, the economic development around in the cities, land use development, economic development, why is it not happening around port, especially in Gujarat? Where there is a lot of potential, where there is a lot of huge boom of economic economic in Gujarat, basically. So why there is no urbanization happening around the ports of Gujarat?
You see, what is urbanization?
Like relocation of people from rural areas to the urban?
No. This is where you make a big mistake.
Yeah.
It is not about locating people from rural to urban. It's about the economic character of that region. Right? A basic definition of urbanization is that 75%, at least 75% of the male working population is engaged in non-agricultural activities.
Yes.
So if you increase the non-agricultural activities in those regions and more people come into those non-agricultural activities, the same area gets classified from rural to urban. So the question is not about why are economic activities not going close to ports or going around port areas.
Yes.
I really don't have an answer to that. I don't have an answer to why it's not happening in Gujarat.
Why there are no policies being framed around where there is already a economic activity that is, and then you bring urbanization there.
So you bring, basically what it means is, and this is the case I'm trying to make out, that bring non-agricultural economic activities closer to port areas. The moment you do that, the problem that you are talking about will get taken care of.
Yes. So India might be focusing upon...
Sorry, your voice is faded away.
So India might focus on the policies that might drive the urbanization near the port areas?
It should grow, yes. Urban areas should grow near ports.
Mumbai, Chennai, Vizag are few cities that have already seen such growth, but there was no policy that was framed. It happened organically. Or manufacturing.
There is no urbanization policy in the country.
Yeah.
But urban areas are growing.
Yes.
The policy, you don't need a policy to get something started.
Yes.
You need a policy to only channel things in a certain direction. But urban areas in India have grown without a policy. There's no urbanization policy.
Yeah. True. Since
Hello, sir.
I am from Ahmedabad, we see a lot of boom of urbanization because the kind of funding and the economic development that is happening around the city.
I agree. See, this is one of the, what I feel is the gap is part of a lot of our new programs, is we have ignored the smaller cities. And if you remember some of the slides that I had, is that manufacturing is not going to happen in the big cities because land is prohibitive. So we need to focus on the smaller cities, provide infrastructure in the smaller cities. Land is much cheaper there. Manufacturing will go there. So a lot of our urban programs need to not limit themselves to 65 cities or 100 cities or 500 cities. It has to go to much more. And the answer to that is don't look at just cities, look at regions. Each of these growth hubs will have 100, 150 cities.
Hello, sir. Myself, Dr. Asifa Yasmin. So, as I have seen in the last lecture also, there is a huge imbalance in the development between the West and East. So, as I'm also belong to the East, and as I also got to know that you have worked many years in Assam also. So, how, whether either any rigorous policies or any development policy for this Eastern people is taking, or either it is a great concern or not. So I just want to know how this is looking out about the Eastern, especially Northeast also. It's a very less development in connectivity, road and like rail, everywhere there is very less connectivity. So whether these things are taking concern, or by we can expect any policies is taking, like how this gonna be looking out in future also.
You see, policies are one, human resource is the other. I don't think government has been wanting in terms of having policies that will grow the backward regions. I can tell you this for the northeastern region. There was a time, I think it was the late 1990s. The program, I think, started. I don't know whether it still continues. I believe it does to some extent. But every ministry of the government of India was asked to allocate 10% of its budget for investments in the Northeast. The Seven Sisters, as we know it. So 10% was for allocation in the Northeast.
Okay.
The added provision was that if it does not get used up in any particular year, that money will not lapse. That's why it was called the non-lapsable pool. That money does not lapse. It can be carried forward to the next year. I can't think of anything more generous than that. But if people don't come up with proposals, people don't come up, you can take a horse to the water. To make it drink, there must be something within the horse that wants it to drink. So I think a lot of the gap in the eastern part relates to education, relates to people's own cultural issues. In the Northeast, people are very relaxed. They are satisfied with very little. Those are certain cultural issues. But what I see with the younger generation in the Northeast is they are getting ambitious. And I think that's a good sign. That ambition is important. So today, if you go to Guwahati, today I can't recognize the Guwahati that I left. It's a very good sign. So I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. I belong to Orissa, again east. But what I see of Bhubaneswar today is very different from the Bhubaneswar I went to school in. So I think these are very positive signs. And I think having this kind of a dichotomy in the country is not good, but I see that coming down, that dichotomy coming down.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the enriching session. We now break for lunch, which is being served in the dining area. Please be seated back by 2 p.m. sharp as we resume for our afternoon sessions focused on urban and regional development. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful session. And audience really enjoyed interacting with you. We would also try to see that if we can come out with some white paper or some kind of indicative research areas out of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all charged up. Moving ahead with our next session and to talk about urbanization and regional linkages in port-led development, I welcome Professor Chetan Vaidya sir. Sir is an independent director, non-executive of the Gift City, Gujarat. He is also a former director of the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and the former director of National Institute of Urban Affairs in India. The Niti Aayog has nominated him as the chairperson of Working Group of City of Governance and Smart Cities. He was awarded Distinguished Alumnus by IIT Kharagpur in 2015. He worked as Deputy Project Leader, Indo-USAID Financial Institutes Reform and Expansion Program during 1995 to 2008. We welcome you, sir.
If I sit, can you all see me? Huh? Is it okay? Can you see me? Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. One doesn't realize that even when you're high, your overall physical limitations increase. See, I am speaking on urban planning for promoting economic development. Somehow, three morning speakers all have connected economic development. We started with the Vice Chancellor Manoj Bhai, and he also talked about the overall linkages with urban and economic development. He started with that, and how transport linkages and hub could become a linkage to economic development, promoting urban. And specifically, Professor Raju talked about urbanization and port and the linkage between two and this. And finally, O.P. Agarwal was very specific how we could do urban planning and economic development and port. And how this new program which he talked about has 20 hubs, basically starting with Surat, Vizag, Bombay and Ahmedabad. Surat, Vizag and Bombay. How these places, they are trying to develop a regional development, and he suggested that this could be led by a port. So you have a port. So what I am saying is, given that urban planning is important for port related activities, how do you go about it? So it may become very basic for the urban planners, but I thought for all others, this would be very relevant and useful presentation of mine. So what I am going to do is, I am going to talk about context. I can't see this. Now move over in it. It's better. It's okay. No, it's all right. It's okay. Okay. I'm going to talk about instruments of urban planning. What are the instruments of urban planning? I'm taking one case study of Gift City, where I happen to be involved as independent director, and then what is the way forward. That is my broad kind of thing. So talking about context, with little bit of repetition, urban centers are key to India's economic development. If we want to talk about that 9% growth, which O.P. Agarwal was mentioning in next 30, 35 years, urban centers have to play a very important role. There is no doubt about it. But cities lack vision. I mean, the mayor of Baroda will talk about water supply, flooding, machhar, solid waste development. He never talks about economic development. He doesn't understand. And most of our mayors don't talk about or don't realize what is important of economic development. I'm sure even Chennai Municipal Corporation doesn't talk about economic development. It is the responsibility of state government, Industrial Development Corporation. But urban planning can promote economic development. It's not happening, but it can happen, and that is the focus. Unfortunately, Indian special planning regulations which have to respond to economic development, actually they control development. Rather than promoting, they control development, they control floor space, they control land use flexibility. They try to control development, which should reverse. Now, what are the instruments? Basic instruments as planner is master plan, which will explain what is a master plan. Second is one level below is local area plans or town planning schemes, and third is building bylaws. These are the three major instruments of urban planning legally permitted for us. And then we could promote urban design projects. My friend urban designer would be very happy to hear this. Urban design projects, or you can take a whole city development project. So these are the five, basically three instruments: master plan, local area plan or town planning scheme, and building bylaws. And then one could take specific projects. Now, next. Now, master plan is a legal document, not very flexible. It cannot be changed overnight. It's a legal document. And this is, we have to keep in mind when we're talking about it. Guides and channelizes growth for development of settlement. But there is very little flexibility. Suddenly, if you say I'm going to get GCC, Global Convenience Centers, I want to get them in Ahmedabad, the master plan changing process is a very long and complicated process because it's a legal document. It's notified under State, Town and Country Planning Act or Urban Development Authority Act. It's overall planning for the city. It regulates land use. It's what it does is it regulates land use. Where will your residential, where you have industrial, where will you have this? It also provides, it regulates building bylaws as mentioned earlier. So basically it is managing physical development and infrastructure. How does one do it? How does one, if you want to do around port, how do you go about doing it? Preparation of master plan or a town planning plan involves detailed planning service. First thing is service, physical survey, socio-economic service and demographic parameters or data. Then depending upon city size, you decide the size of the scale of the base map. It also requires ability of large scale base map and detailed analysis or ability of existing physical and infrastructure facilities. People are now also talking about holding capacity of the city, which concept is very fluid. I personally, as an urban planner myself, I never recommended doing a holding capacity, but this is also recommended in our guidelines. Second step would be talk about densification, redensification, renewal for old city areas, congestion, typical interventions for any metropolitan areas in the old city areas. We could also talk about disaster management, environmental management, heritage conservation could be included, are included in the master plan. But generally there is a vision for the city. So you start with a vision and a strategy, what you want to be. So Chennai will say, or I'm sorry, I'm mentioning Chennai again, but another city would say, I want to become Shanghai, or I want to become Singapore. They would, and then not use the word Singapore, but what Singapore can do. That could be a vision for a city in 20 years. And then you start working on infrastructure, land use plan, and other requirements. Now, recently, in the last 10 years, Government of India is promoting GIS master plan. Basically, it is the same master plan, but our data has become GIS based. We have a good base map. And given that kind of map, we can now work with urban data to a good scale of 1:4,000, and we can also formulate master plan as per state planning. So you use the technology, digitizing the land, basic land, which is a problem Professor Agarwal was saying again and again. That's a problem. It's a good starting point of database for land use. This is a scheme under Amrut that has been done. Once you have a master plan, don't stop at that. Don't expect that once you do master plan and everything will happen. You also need to work on either local area plans or town planning schemes. Gujarat, we call them local area, a town planning scheme is an instrument at a level below the master plan, and other cities are calling it local area plan. But this is something we need to use for actually implementing the projects. Now, these are sub-level local area plans or town planning schemes. This focus on service land, providing service land. Land by itself has no meaning unless it is serviced. And in Gujarat, what we do, we also use part of the land from the owners we take to give roads and public spaces. So there is no land acquisition problem in case of town planning schemes. Government of India has promoted taking local area plans or town planning schemes in states where it did not exist, particularly outside Maharashtra and Gujarat. Now, this is the general difference between local area plan and town planning scheme. Local area plans are taken into areas where the city is already there, which is already developed. We take local area plans, and cities which is with periphery area, one takes town planning scheme. This is a kind of broad kind of this difference between the two schemes. This is the Amrut, under the Amrut mission, GIS-based master plans were developed. Within that, in the redevelopment area, one goes for local area plan. New urban areas, one goes for town planning scheme. But even if in a port area, there will be villages, there will be small towns, which will have to be treated with local area plans or with the town planning schemes. Now, methodology for town planning scheme in Gujarat is you declare intention of doing a town planning scheme in a particular area. So all the farmers or the owners come to know that a town planning scheme is prepared in that area. You identify the area, you do surveys and base map. Then you publish a draft scheme which has existing situation analysis, planning, design and reconstitution of the plots, because the farmland may not be in rectangles or squares, valuation, cost and financing. You organize an owners meeting and then you sanction the draft scheme. This is an area where at that stage public authorities can take the land for roads and public purposes. And finally, preparation of a final scheme and implementation of scheme in terms of infrastructure development and other activities. This is the broad kind of town planning scheme implementation possible, and this could happen also in a port area development. Now finally, building bylaws. All of us understand building ka naksha pass karwana hai. All of us in our life, once or other, your own or somebody else's map has to be improved, the plan has to be approved. Now it has become very, very digital. You can do online approval. But basics are, what is this doing? After being very sure of what you are doing for land use, you come down at a level on your plot. When you are doing a building, what it takes care of is the coverage. How much is the coverage at the ground floor? Then height of the building bulk, architectural design and construction aspects. This is what the building bylaws do, and it is for our own welfare, our own social welfare. Otherwise, we will have congested areas. That is the whole idea of building bylaws. Unfortunately, very misunderstood term. We think that corporation doesn't want us to build as we want to do it, but actually it is for our own welfare, social welfare. Think building bylaws. Now we come to urban projects. I have finished all the three. What are the three instruments? Now we come to urban design projects. They are important, and smart city mission, what was mentioned in the morning, it encourages leveraging local and regional economic basis and socio-cultural activities in the context of urban projects design. The very famous now is Srinagar Lal Chowk, which has been completely changed. and it has been now revived for tourism and retail trade. There is also very famous, many of you who heard about Indore, they like to eat, and there is a very famous market there, Chappan Dukan. All kinds of snacks you get in Indore, and it has been completely redeveloped. I thought I'll just show you how urban design could have changed this. This is a Chappan Dukan now, completely different things. It's only walkable. You cannot take your you cannot take your scooter or this, or even cycle for that matter. And they all believe in cleanliness. They all believe in environmental friendly. You cannot get a paper napkin. You cannot get a plastic bottle water in this area. All of the 56 people, original owners, have decided that they will go for sustainable development in this area. This is the simple plan implemented, not very great thing, very simple, straightforward. I don't want to focus on this, just to give one example, what can be done. And now I am shifting to what is called as my final part of my presentation, which is new city development. Now one can also do a new city development for economic development. The very few good examples are there. One could be New Bombay. I'll talk about GIFT City because that is where I am doing some work. It is supported by state-of-art of infrastructure. The latest, best infrastructure has been provided in GIFT City, basically for office buildings, that service sector. It is going to be we claim it to be the techno-IT hub of whole of the country. But I must mention, this is not enough. As architects and urban planners, we think you give best infrastructure, people will come. It's not enough. GIFT City has developed not just because it has provides the best urban infrastructure, but because it has got incentives from the national and the state governments. It has got so many incentives from the national government in terms of tax benefits and one source development. You can take all approvals and just go to one office and you can get all approvals required by different organizations for international trade. Similarly, state government is also giving many benefits, including stamp duty exemptions. That is why a combination of factors of good infrastructure and simplified regulations, tax benefits together and made GIFT City successful. These are examples. I thought I'll use it for what we should do around port thing. So that is, I'm just going to show you few slides of GIFT City. I'm not going to try to explain each city. You'll get an idea of what can happen. This is the GIFT City now. It is global financial and IT hub. It is with a domestic tariff area and multi-service SEZ. It's globally benchmarked. We try to compare ourselves with Singapore, Dubai, London, New York, other places. Employment opportunities for a large number of people. It's a greenfield smart city with state-of-art infrastructure. It is a vertical city. We are going higher and higher in this city. It is not a spread out thing. Just to give you an idea of, because connectivity is extremely important for this. This is very well connected and it is we call it city. Actually, it's not a city. It's part of Gujarat, Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. It's part of that. It's basically one area of that Gandhinagar region thing. It's surrounding regional landscape. Is there in the next sketch. This is the broad design. There's one side is river. You get SEZs on two sides. In between central area is recreation and finally non-SEZ area. This is the basic simple design of this. This is the various how you can go down. Theoretically, one should be able to walk to different places from the metro station and other transport linkages. This is the design of the area. Detailed design. Each block we are selling, we sell the block one by one within that building plots. Most important thing is there is nothing on the ground infrastructure. No infrastructure is ground. It's all underground, under the buildings. So all your cooling we don't have air conditioners. We have district cooling system. So solid waste, cooling water, all that goes underneath the buildings. And this is what we call as utility tunnel. And this is something which people, it was one of the first, it was the first in Gujarat when it was implemented about 10 years ago. This is how you do plots. You actually work out wherever the buildings will come. And in GIFT City, we don't sell land, we sell floor area. So we can tell how much is where will be the projections, where will you, how you can build, where will be the parking. But we don't do detailed planning. That is left to the individual architects and individual owners. This is how something is missing here. Okay. This is a footprint of we give you the footprint and then we sell the floor area. Unfortunately, architects get a small role to play. They can only design the facade. That is unfortunate part of this kind of approach. This is a street section, typical street section. And these are the kind of buildings which have come up. You may like or may not like it, but this is different and very modern. And it is environmentally it has got the platinum rating as a city. Very few places have platinum rating as a city. Now, how it is governed? It is governed with there is a special economic zone and there is an international financial service center. This is the one shop for getting all the regulations for international trade. Then you have Gujarat City Company which develops and manages. This is a company set up by Gujarat government. It manages the city, develops and manages the city. Then there is GIFT Urban Development Authority. Two of my friends have worked in this. I think this is under the Town Planning Act, but it is a only namesake organization. Practically, the GIFT company runs and manages this. This is legally this is the planning authority for the GIFT City. And then GIFT City has been provided land at the cost of, I was told it is at the cost of 1 rupee. Almost free, GIFT City was provided land of 800 acres and now they can sell the floor area and generate revenues. That is the model. So some people are not very positive about getting the land free of cost. Now how do we do it? What is my suggestion? Integrate port area development, port area outside the port area, outside the port, integrate that area with the urban planning through master planning process, local area plans or town planning scheme and building bylaws as well as with some typical projects. That should be the approach if you really want to do projects which are integrated with urban planning. So if you want to integrate urban planning, this should be the approach overall, and right from day one try to save space for roads and street fields. Right from the beginning, use all this instrument to save space for the roads and the streets. If they are lost, then in future you cannot improve it. If you think there will be a BRTS afterwards or a metro, keep space for that in terms of roads and streets. And go for evidence-based or data-based planning using modern techniques like GIS. Do not plan by intuition. I think unfortunately many of us are architects, we try to design by intuition, but time has come when urban planning should move towards data-based planning and not intuition. I am going to stop at that. I think second presentation by Pankaj is also linked to this presentation. I think both of us are speaking together, so I will. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Krishna Chaitanya, sir, to present a token of appreciation to Professor Chetan Vaidya, sir. Moving forward, I invite Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sampath sir to present a comparative case study from the SFO Bay Area, USA on regional port-led models. Sir is the former Senior Vice President, Infrastructure Development Corporation of Karnataka and Associate Director, ICAP Trust. With over 29 years of experience in civil engineering and planning for design, execution, and governance in the cities, Dr. Sampath has a track record of delivering completed projects and assignments by innovative approach using analytical and design tools. Working with the private sector, government organizations, as well as academia, enabled him to effectively communicate and deliver to stakeholders from all three sectors. During April 2012 to May 2017, Gift City, first international financial service center in India, Dr. Sampath has contributed particularly in the area of town planning, buildings, and infrastructure. We welcome you, sir.
This is next, no? Yeah, I will use. I will move both. I will move also. So, yeah, good afternoon and happy World Yoga Day. I think you might have stretched yourself in the morning. If miss the opportunities, post lunch, still you have some time, few seconds to stretch yourself. Otherwise, best wishes for evening. So, first of all, a very special thanks to GSV for organizing this workshop. When we met Vice Chancellor sir, he agreed to host this workshop on this important subject. And we appreciate your interest in port-led development, be it urban or regional, in the regional context, but port-led development. So this is very important upcoming subject where professionals and research scholars are very much interested. So I studied this subject 2009-10 and our research work was presented in Vibrant Gujarat at SAPT University and later on it was presented in Vibrant Gujarat. So after this around 15 years time and just again I was in touch with IMU Director General Malini Shankar Madam. We briefly discussed, I was in touch with Professor Vaidya, Professor Raghuram, that this is a very much important subject and how can we just again take up this subject. So we discussed briefly and decided that yes, it is very important subject. Let us bring the partnering organization, universities on the same platform in a collaborative manner because this is very much multidisciplinary aspect. So we requested GMU, we approached them, everybody welcomed very well. First workshop happened at GMU where Dr. Rawal taken lots of initiative. Adani University since beginning supported us. So all the partnering organization expressed very much interest in this subject. Even research students working on this particular subject. So I am very much thankful to all the partnering organization also for giving us opportunity to work on this subject. This workshop is very specific because this is more on capacity building, training and capacity building, where we more focus on the faculties and the research scholar and government officials working in industries or maybe from private sector. But idea was to just first discuss this subject with the senior people, management, the faculties, and so that the students can get the right tone for this subject in detail. So last workshop, briefly I discussed with Professor Raghuram and he insisted that Pankaj, this is good idea and let us go for this training and capacity building workshop first and then let us move ahead for the next workshop. So now today morning, since morning I think you are listening the various speakers on this subject, O.P. Agarwal sir and Professor Raju set well tone for the economic aspects of this port-led development, the role of industries and the administratives, the government policy aspects well set by Professor Dr. Agarwal. So, and after that Chetan sir also explained the instruments and everything. But when I was listening Professor Mukesh Parikh in last couple of months, I realized that port is the thing, means gate of economic activity, so many things. Port itself is stationary, do not produce anything, but the role of the port is to, as a facilitator, to move the transport, logistic and passengers. But lots of economic activity, social activity and everything flourish because of the port, and port has very important critical role in the region, the development. So the regional aspects, because when just we start talking about connectivity with the hinterland, forget the marine side. We are talking, our focus is on, Raghuram sir asked me that, Pankaj, we are going in land side only or marine side when we were conceptualizing this program series. So this program focuses on port and the hinterland side. So automatically logistic, highways, everything comes into the picture, and the larger picture is the region level development. So now, and port has its own life cycle. Generally port serves for the 100 years practically if we see the ports across the world. Otherwise the ports may face the slum and the congestion problem, handling the cargoes, logistic and so many, or natural maybe, the dredging not possible, feasible, whatever. But if you consider as a planner the life cycle of the port 100 years, then we should think of 100 years economic planning, urban planning and economic vision, what we want to see over this region as a Singapore, as a Shanghai, what Professor Vaidya highlighted. So when I was thinking that let me bring something at regional level to this audience. And recently I visited USA. I stayed there for 1 month in SFO Bay Area when just we started working on this series, program series on port-led development. So I applied my mind and thought that the SFO, San Francisco Bay Area, is the right example for this regional development, what happened over the years. And let us look into the details, what economic development, how the governance work, what the port's role play during these ups and downs and everything of this region. So today I am bringing this port-led development example from San Francisco, California, Bay Area. So my presentation will cover the mainly 3 aspects. I will briefly introduce you with the SFO Bay Area as a regional development. The ports, 3 ports are there: San Francisco, Oakland and Richmond. 3 ports are located in this Bay Area. So what these ports are doing and how they are working, and briefly about their economic activities also, some numbers. And the governance aspects very briefly because time is very limited. So Association of Bay Area Governments, what critical role they are playing in regional and economic development. So these 3 particular part I am going to introduce you. So this is overall SFO Bay Area, Pacific Ocean, having more than 50 meter, darkest is the more than 50 meter depth, seawater depth, and you can see 50 to 5 meter the range of the depth. So the vessels can be properly, Panamax vessels can be handled through the canal, through the Golden Gate. Golden Bridge is very famous. So, and this is particularly earthquake prone zone. The blue purple line shows the earthquake faults. So you might be aware about the geographical challenges also. Earthquake is a major challenge, even though they have constructed very large scale of infrastructure. So this is metropolitan region, just like Mumbai, Chennai. Briefly we were discussing in Indian context about Mumbai and Chennai. So this is metropolitan region where 9 county and approximately 110 cities in this region are located. So this is overall and this region is very popularly known as Silicon Valley, where ports and technology played a big role, economic role in the overall development of the region, entire region, including 110 these cities, metropolitan region. So in a condensed economic timeline from 1800 to 2025, if you see early 1800, that means pre-gold rush period, San Francisco was just mere a fishing town, very small fishing town, small port where from Asia, China and India, lots of things they import, and few piers and activities were there. And over the period you can see in the timeline that 1848 is about gold rush. So gold was found in Colorado River, the Grand Canyon area and all these things. So gold rush was a big boom, and it attracted the focus of the people across the world to reach there and to get the economic means benefit of this business related to gold. So this period is known as a gold rush. After that, the region faced the earthquake and the redevelopment after the earthquake, post-earthquake. On the other side, then government decided how to transform this area. So they connected this with railroad, all the ports and related. They constructed seawall. I will show you few pictures also. So seawall infrastructure which facilitated the acclimation of the this land availability and handling the emergencies and better efficient operation of the port in the San Francisco Bay Area. Then later on this further constraints and the container based ports development. So early 1927, that means we are talking about now Vizhinjam and Mundra container ports, but they did it in 1927 way back. So Auckland port, once upon, it was #1 port of USA. Right now I think it is in top 10 operation. Other ports just because of competition, and 1927 to 2027. So what Parikh Sahib always saying that 100 years good enough for port. Again port start facing lots of problems. So 1927 Auckland, and then Richmond port 1980. 3 ports in this timeline. Ups and downs always happen. Suppose great economic slowdown 1931, during which the lots of infrastructure and famous Hoover Dam was constructed during this period. So 1930, they utilized this economic slowdown for constructing large scale infrastructure projects, manpower and all these things, government at that time. So it again benefited when the time came. They passed through the World War, and Richmond port was one of the major for shipping the naval forces from this coastal area. So during World War also they played a big role, this particular area. And from 1958 Silicon Valley started emerging, tech savvy technology and all these things. Then .com technology came, then again slowdown of came in 1995, then again 2001 social media and all these things. You are all familiar with this, no need to explain. But point is that continuous from 1800, if you see to 2025, still they are struggling for their survival, economic development and facing the challenges. They face the COVID also. So now I will share few graphs which can give you insights of development and the situation. So this is overall how population census is spread across the San Francisco Bay Area, and how the transport, Professor Raghuram is here, but transport plays a big role in the regional development. So all kind of transportation, high speed rail, metro, BRTS, mono, everything, all facilities, ferries, and all multimodal transport facilities available, and it played a big role in this region development. All right. See, high speed rail, all these are the mode of transportation available in this region. So you see the population growth, steady growth from 1950, and then little bit sluggish period because of 1925 to around 1931 recession period, economic recession. Again tech boom, and then still growth. So you see the population growth and tech sector employment. During only this and COVID period, it was slow down, otherwise steady growth. Right? See the real estate market and finance sector growth, only just two major breaks over 200, more than 200 years. The mean commuting time for workers because of transport network, well planned transport network and land use planning, efficient land use planning. And population below the poverty line continuously reducing. However, jobless is still a problem there. We are listening so many news and all these things. Jobless is one issue, but still situation is. Now I will take you through the three ports. So generally we say that cities are born near rivers and water bodies and all these things. And if you want to means particularly reference to port sector, but it grows by the ports. City grows by the ports, but growth will never happen automatically. Master planning, all instruments required. So with my this overall 38 years of experience, I would like to say that the growth is never accidental. The growth is never accidental. You have to have multidisciplinary vision, inside depth, to look into the layered vision of the every discipline, not only one, but every discipline. And sometimes it could be a just little poetic, and chances by that we can enjoy some joyful city by gift of nature and all these things. But planning is only the purpose for the growth. Planned growth is always desirable. So let me introduce you briefly about this San Francisco port. San Francisco port, after serving this, you see the downtown and the bridge over the sea. So particularly early 1900, they decided and they established this rail connectivity in 1890, connecting all the piers and all the port related activities, handling the goods and everything, which can connect each and every parts of the USA. And I think China has played a big role at that time to develop the rail facilities within the San Francisco area, Bay Area. So this robust community and stakeholder engagement, this based on these three principles, the program is dedicated to these three principles. Now, what we are saying, instrument and all these things, that is different story. But I believe in dedication. This program, this series is also we are running on the philosophy of dedication. Dedicatedly myself, Professor Raghuram, Chetan Vaidya, we all are working, Professor Mukesh Parikh, on this program series and happening one after another workshop, and we are moving ahead towards the national level conference. So dedication is very important. Some other, I'm saying just little bit other factor. So robust community and stakeholder engagement. Unless and until you engage, your people engage, the stakeholder engage properly with dedication, the ports and regional development cannot thrive. Along with fiscal responsibility. Responsibility, that means accountability, availability of financial transparency, everything. So they developed, this region developed because the program was based on these three. Accountability and transparency. These three are the characters that they have identified in 1890, based on which development happened successfully. So these three dots are very important when we are talking about greenfield development or port-led development to achieve the higher level targets. Seawall photograph, which I mentioned briefly, constructed during this period, 1879 to 1960, which played a big role. Now, over the 100 years, again, this infrastructure require re-strengthening and it require huge fund. You see the earlier fishing town photograph just pasted in the corner. And then after this sea wall, the San Francisco port was converted into the major port of that time. Now this San Francisco SFO port is mere a ferry service port, no container, no bulk cargo, nothing doing, but tourism and lots of other activity, business activity, but the port, original port completely transformed into just ferry service. Now Auckland port. Auckland port is everyone's port, they say, and it is mainly container port. You see the photograph, which is center part of the Bay Area. I will share few statistics of this port, the location, the land use plan you see. And all these three ports are well connected with three international airports in the region, San Francisco, Auckland Airport, and another is in San Jose. I never visited that, but I know that three airports, international airports are there. So all multimodal connectivity in this region, three international airports, three ports, and the land connectivity, well connected through highways with the entire country, entire nation. That is very important behind this. So transportation and logistics, Gati Shakti itself is very, very important for this kind of achievement, development over the years. So this established 1927. I would like to highlight here one line, this revenue sources, self-funded port. Occasional federal and state grant funding available, but no tax revenue declared. And aviation, commercial, real estate and maritime port utilities is the major business connected with this port. Emissions and sustainability standards are very high as per the international standards, generating employment also and handling the more than 408 million business fiscal 2023, and approximately 1 lakh is the job creation. And particularly this 7 port commissioners nominated by the mayor in council, the power of what Chetan sir and Agrawal sir were discussing, that in US a mayor powerful, they appoint and governed by the city council, right? So this is the governance part related to this that I want to. Now the Richmond port. Richmond port is known as a port with the diesel heart. That means at Richmond port they handle the bulk cargo. That means petroleum required for the nation, the entire state region, as well as coal and everything, fuel, coal, like this, so energy. Established in 1980, well connected with the other adjoining ports also, and all the three ports are working in harmony. They are not competing each other. Now SFO is means tourist ferry service, Auckland container port, and this one is bulk cargo. But among the three, they are maintaining their shoreline. Shoreline maintenance is a huge cost. Maritime people knows it. But so they are sharing, means they are working on the challenges together, and they are working in harmony. Synergy is there for this regional development, understanding for the business. And here you please notice that 10 privately owned terminals. So private party, they give the terminals to the private party, just like PPP projects and what we are practicing in India. So these are some statistics. Panamax size vehicle can reach to this Richmond port. The channel is managed by the federal government, particularly the deep sea water channel. Right, and these are the overall land use plan of this port. Industries are located in very proximity of the port. You see how many industries, major industries are located. Handling the cars. So this is known as Honda, particularly developed by the Honda facility for the car management, right? You see, these are some statistics achievement of the port, the business done by the port. This kind of service is what they provide. Just very quickly, I will change the slide. This is Port of Richmond, one of the building. They provide the commercial spaces to operate the business. So, what facilities, power, everything, what facilities are available. They construct this kind of building where vessels can come, they can offload the goods and do the business. So, this kind of spaces they have created. Advantage of this space is how it is useful for the people, means for the business purpose. So we need to interact with the people and promote the business like this in India for the greenfield development project. Right. So this kind of project Port Authority itself promotes within the port area also. And last but not the least, in India, we are talking about regional, the power to the mayor in advanced countries there. So where somewhere we stuck. So O.P. Agarwal sir said that it was recommended, not mandated. And in our context, story is different. But when we are talking about the regional development, from urban development perspective, governance plays very important role. We are talking about that, think about beyond the city limits, administrative boundaries. So when suppose 100 urban local bodies coming in the region, who will govern, how it will happen, who will take care of economic aspects. So I try to apply my mind there, how they are working, 110 cities within this region. So how city governments work, how this economic development, who is planning authority, how they are doing. So I found that Association of Bay Area Governments, that means the local governments, they have created the association where government bodies itself are the member, means mayor appoints and commissioner also works in with this, and this ABAG provides the planning facilities for this region, and government for the many occasions they provide the funding through these to the city governments to see and achieve the overall economic vision of this region. So this is the role of overall Association of Bay Area Governments, where there are certain set of guidelines that who can join and how they will govern. Mainly local governments are not capable, technically not capable to do the planning, regional planning and handle all these things. They can even, in USA they are operating the ports through on a given on the rental basis with the help of the private sector. But the planning, regional planning is totally different subject. So this kind of organization can play a big role. However, this is area of debate and discussion because in India we are not practicing this. But suppose we are thinking about Mundra port, but Kandla port, Kandla local body and Mundra, but see the about entire region from Kandla to at least within the Gujarat up to Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, how many ULBs in the region comes around, if we talk 100 square kilometer, 200 square kilometer. So there is no such authority who plan for economic vision, regional development in the context of the port. So this kind of association may be useful. Government may think of this kind of creating one government-owned agency for the government only, which can play a big role to have economic vision for the region and planning also. So these are certain kind of grant programs which undergo through ABAG. They have their executive board and the way of working. They set their goals. They provide planning and technical assistance to the all regional development. So mainly just I impressed by this planning concept, sir, for this regional planning. they have defined priority development area. So in our master plan, generally we do for the city only, but here at regional level, they define development area and conservation area. So they are protecting their ecology and environment very well. They are very sensitive about their conservation area also, and they are very clear about their development area also. Here just making, then after getting the environmental clearance in the forest, no, forest is forest. Conservation area once declared, it is conservation area, but you plan very well for your priority development area. So this clarity in this area and the focus of the development area very clear with this ABAG agency. So generally we talk about transit oriented development. So they have developed, this is TOD best example where BART, metro train, and these are the priority development area, housing, commuting to the mean commuting time graph that I have shown. Within 20 minutes people can reach to the workplace in the city like San Francisco, metropolitan region. So this all kind of transport facilities well connected with the proper housing facilities. So this kind of development we should think. I'm not saying, but again we can derive lessons from this kind of study. We can understand the bottlenecks of Mumbai and Chennai ports, what issues we had faced, and now for the new greenfield development, what we should look into the details, how we should go ahead, which kind of planning instruments and the governance can help us. I think to highlight these points before the audience may be useful. With this, I will stop here. Questions are welcome because we miss question and answer with Professor Chetan Vaidya also. So please feel free to ask the questions if any. Otherwise, I have done with the ups and downs always comes. Right now also minus 156%. Currently San Francisco, the growth, they are facing migration to the this Texas side. Technology, big companies are going to Texas because of corporate tax-free advantage declared by Texas, and San Francisco facing negative growth. So it happens, and it happened over the 200 years that I have showed you economic development. When we think of any economic development vision over 100 years, 200 years, the time will come, ups and downs will come, but consistency is very important. They have, San Francisco Bay Area face COVID, the dot-com boom, this gold rush boom. So all this comes, right, ups and downs, but region must be strong enough to face this, and resilience and sustainability is very useful. That I try to convey the message from gold rush to current tech also. They are facing problem related to survival. So questions are welcome. Yeah.
Is it centralized or decentralized system?
You just take it below the building. There's a underground. This for the office buildings.
Yes.
There is a central. They collect it through the underground pipe. So there is.
Okay. Is it a source segregation or?
No. These are offices. Basically, the offices.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I have a question. Keep the mic with you. I have two questions. Yeah. One is the fundamental concept related, and other is to what you said in your presentation. So the fundamental concept related question is, how do you compare the master planning with what a lot of Europeans now refer to as spatial planning and the land use plan? So just to get the conceptual clarity properly, this is the question posed to you. The second question is pertaining to your suggestion about the integration of the port development with urban planning. That how do you ensure in the context of the present policy framework of the PPP? Partly, probably Dr. Professor Raghuram can also answer that question, because on the current concession model, port or terminal development just becomes an isolated exercise, which has nothing to do, the agency concerned is not interested or made responsible for the urban development. So how do you integrate this part? So these are the two questions, please.
I think both the questions are very good and very relevant. See, port obviously port authority is managing the port, either private sector or public sector, that's not. But surrounding area will have to be dealt with one of the state planning laws. The authority which will do the planning and management would be under the State Town Planning Act or the Urban Development Authority, and one special purpose vehicle could be used as a company, in this case of GIFT, to plan and to manage the city. I think that would be an example which I would suggest could be implemented. In India, our focus of master plan has been on land use plan, which is not the correct way of doing things. And we need to make it more strategic, more flexible. And that is why now under the JNURM and then later on under Smart City Plan, we call it what we call a city development plan. It is not a legal document. It basically discusses what kind of vision the city has, which has to be done through active participation of all stakeholders, which in practice doesn't happen, but it should be prepared with all stakeholders. You develop a vision document, and then you say how that vision document could be implemented. Unfortunately, when land use plan or master plan is a local document, the city development plan is not a legal document. But one could identify projects based on city development plan. So that is the dichotomy of these two documents. I don't know if I have responded. Special plan and strategic plan, we call it corporate plan, they all are similar.
So I have one question from Professor Chetan, sir. So just if will it be possible to throw some light on the GIFT 2 which is coming up in Prantij, whether that follows the same format which this one is following?
GIFT 2 is a separate, it is not happening through our board or our this. I mean, whatever I have read in the newspaper is going to focus on education. On education. But as far as GIFT international universities or their branch offices are concerned, GIFT City has decided to build a huge building for universities, because when they come to India, they cannot own land, they cannot build. So about 450 crore building, huge building complexes built, which have common facilities, conference rooms, gym, all this will be common, and each one can have its own administrative and teaching classrooms, flexible, whatever way they want to do. And the GIFT City itself a company will rent it to the universities.
Thank you, Pankaj sir and Chetan sir, for a very engaging presentation. I have two sets of questions. Since you talked about, Chetan sir has talked about urban planning tools and various instruments which we are using in general, master plan, etc., etc. In our case, it is TP scheme. And you talked about a very successful port development example. I mean, in the past, of course, and now it's facing some crisis. So my question here is, if we if we take something from here and understand that how do we go about it now in our case, and Professor Agarwal has talked about that we missed on manufacturing, we bypass that and we come to the services. So naturally we have to, if we want to achieve that 9% growth, then probably we have to understand how to develop manufacturing. That means whatever port development we are thinking of, manufacturing will be a vital part of it, correct? But my question here comes that how do we decide, because these are again ecological sensitive areas as well, how do we decide on type of industries which are going to come there, and type of industries will have some relation with the land use planning, and further changes, some innovative changes which are required to become a very economically as well as a environmentally sustainable growth. The second is, so what kind of a lessons we can learn from SFO or otherwise? And the second question is regarding, somewhere I was reading here that it is our port. You know, the stakeholder and their connection with the port is very differently treated. I don't know what are the different instruments which have been tried. PPP is one of the model which has been tried in India. But what do you suggest that how the stakeholders will be treated differently in this case? Or anything we can learn from any of the models which you know or can discuss?
Yeah, your answer is very well written over here.
Okay.
So your question is very natural at the end. I prepared this also, that what lessons we are supposed to learn from this SFO in Indian context. So the SFO Bay Area, very carefully please listen each and every word. The SFO Bay Area story provides a cautionary tale and a roadmap with deliberate planning and community-driven innovation. Innovation always, tech.com, all happened there. Port played their own role, but innovation. India's greenfield port-led development can leapfrog toward sustainable and globally competitive. What Adani is trying to say, that Buddhism will be globally competitive, we will generate global. So this kind of globally competitive, truly with true spirit, coastal development, coastal regional development can happen. This is the lessons to learn from SFO Bay Area. We can set our roadmap looking that booms different, right from gold rush to in 200 years from the tech and everything, we have to pass through when we are thinking about large economic development at large scale. For land use also, for industrial development, suppose sir said that the master plan is legal. But city development, city is what? How many square kilometer? We are talking about region, and now we are talking about hinterland. That means interstate. So state authority is also within the state. Town planning scheme in Gujarat different, Maharashtra different. So how this will happen? That's why I'm saying that ABAG kind of arrangements may help us to think of regional development. Otherwise, this kind of economic development which covers the entire region across the state, or maybe the because business, you said, told that which type of industry, no, वो तो धंधा नक्की करेगा. Raju साहब ने बताया कि business people will decide what kind of industry is useful for the business and whether I can, if it is hazardous, no government can permit it. No. Even USA also, it is very difficult, but they are very clear about their priority development area and conservation area. Conservation area is very clearly demarcated. So, for industrial, which industry, that business and government will decide. Of course, environment friendly, ecological, with all the following the norms, development can happen nearby port. And for this interstate, means two states required when we are thinking about regional development, economic planning, then definitely we have to have some special governance arrangements which can take care of this kind of different cities bringing together to follow the same plan, same, not master plan, local area plan, city development plan, but the regional plan, and different arrangements would be required. Chetan sir is, I think, very right person to speak on this more. But my idea is that this kind of facility would be required in time. Sir.
One example of interstate is National Capital Region Board, which is talking about Delhi and 4 states, UP, Bihar, Rajasthan. That example is there. So one example is there which is being quoted everywhere. But how does it work? That is a very difficult thing because each state government thinks of its own way to think. But that was one example, I think, which could be experimented with. But it's an act approved by passed by the parliament, not below that. If you want to bring 2 state governments together, parliament has to come into picture.
Very difficult, very difficult. But all these things required. अभी business करना है, port-led development करना है, चाहिए sir. We should think of all this kind of for our future, for safeguarding our future, for consistent development. Yeah.
I just need to add one.
Yes, Mr.
Hello. Yeah, I just need to add 2 points here. One is with regards to your question. I think I've served in the Ministry of Shipping with the Indian ports. So we had ministry had come up with 2 ports like Paradip and Kandla, where they were developing the smart industrial port cities. So there, when we were doing the consultancy in terms of what industries should come up there, so we did the reverse engineering, as you mentioned, what all topographical landscape which existing has. For example, Kandla happens to be a largest salt exporter, as well as a great furniture market. So we, based on that, we did the reverse engineering. We came up with what all industries are already next to the port, so that we can accordingly make a marketing out of it. I mean, to allot the land for those industries.
Yeah, I
That's
think,
correct. So
we can take discussion offline, internal discussion offline. Rather, we should prefer the direct questions. Please continue offline discussion.
Yeah.
Once this session is over.
Can I add?
So yes, you please add directly because you are more familiar.
No.
This
I
area.
just no, because I think so when you say lessons from the Bay Area, I'm also a reasonably frequent visitor to Bay Area. So one is I want to say, apart from these 3 ports, actually if you go further into the Bay, there are other ports, Port of Stockton, Port of Sacramento. So the good thing is when there is a sort of possible draft of a water body, the United States in its growth phase has leveraged and though they have lesser draft when you go into the bay, but for coastal shipping, and see, US is nationally, if you look at ton kilometers, road, rail, and coastal play about, 1/3 share. I mean, plus minus. I don't have the exact numbers, but so there are ports further, and I think that's on the other side, meaning the not so good side, there are a lot of environmental issues which they had not discovered, or those days the sensitivity was not there, but now it is there. For example, there is fish varieties that go against the flow of water. Now, to protect those, they are creating separate channels, and there are, huge amount of separate infrastructure is being created because man-made infrastructure for trade and transportation messed up the natural environment part. So anyway, that is one thing they are doing. But in spite of it, there are 2 other issues I want to mention. San Francisco or Bay Area may be the greatest innovation and all that, but they have not been able to manage inclusive at a societal level. Maximum homelessness today exists in San Francisco. And the laws are such that you cannot do anything about them. So there are streets where people just pitched tents. If you go to San Francisco, you can. And of course, there are other problems, drugs and whatever, because, one of the reasons is because all these IT people have come. salary levels are higher, affordability is higher, real estate costs have gone up. So the traditional people who are at the lower end of society are suddenly rendered homeless. They still have not been able to deal with it. And I think so there is a social issue there. The second issue is around the bay, you had your transportation, that sketch. Yeah, not the rail routes. Anyway, so the BART, the original vision of the Bay Area Rapid Transit was to go round the bay. But what has happened is it has come only till the airport on the left side of the bay, on the western side of the bay. And similarly on the eastern side, it has come a little further down. The full garland is not complete. They still want to do it. But today, the laws, maybe because of whatever that priorities, this, that you have planned, are, we are saying it should be flexible, but it is too rigid. That means there is a tremendous amount of NIMBY, not in my backyard syndrome, that they are not able to complete the Bay Area Rapid Transit. It is taking years. The project is approved. Little construction, it's like in India also. Little construction here, there is a gap. Because they have to go through massive consultation, levels of approvals. That's how they have made it for themselves. So anyway, I'm just saying not everything is hunky-dory, but definitely during the growth phase, pre-First World War and during the interwar years, post-depression, I think they really, that's one reason why US is one of the top economies, but there are lots of social issues today. So
that jobless is a big problem. Tech boom, depression period, all this. Any other question? Already. Okay, thank you. We are, I think, running out of time.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful experiences. I request Dr. Priyanka ma'am to please present a token of appreciation to Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sampath, sir. We will now take a short tea break and resume in about 10 to 15 minutes with our session on logistics and financial aspects. Thank you so much. Business Development and PPPs in Port Infrastructure. To begin, I invite Professor G. Raghuram Sir. Sir is Professor Emeritus, Gujarat Maritime University. He has been Director, IIM Bangalore, Professor and Chairperson of the Public Systems Group at IIM Ahmedabad, Dean Faculty, IIM Ahmedabad, Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University and Indian Railways Chair Professor. He specializes in infrastructure and transport systems and logistics and supply chain management. He was afforded Lifetime Achievement Award for Transport Excellence by Mahindra and Mahindra, supported by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways in 2018. MC Puri Memorial Award for contribution to operational research in India in 2016. Lifetime Achievement Award for contribution to logistics and infrastructure by Exim News in 2014, and Academician of the Year by the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in 2012. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I actually may have more content than the time permits, but we'll see. So, well, first of all, thanks to, institutions are coming up in this domain of logistics and transportation. And I think the fact that we are coming together, at least visiting each other's campus at the least, and if through that some synergy can come in, some common alignment, because that will only lead to better strength and, useful outcomes. And I think that is wonderful that we have Gati Shakti, the Adani University, Gujarat Maritime University, CEPT, and and IMU, of course. I mean, IMU is the big banyan tree. Yeah, right. So, and I'm sure there are other, institutions that do programs. I don't know if BK School still has a program on MBA in port management. I know they started one. It was going quite strong. So, I know Government of Andhra has some plans to start a logistics university in Kakinada. There is a plan, and at some point in some meeting I was involved, but of course it hasn't yet fructified. But, it's an area, a happening area. So, well, thanks to, those Chetanji and, Pankaj for creating this platform. Yeah. Right. So, I don't know, I hope I'm not repeating if I say some overview of Indian ports. Actually, I'm going to throw some statistics. And then from a PPP perspective, I want to use the case example of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority and a bit on maritime challenges. Maybe in between, I was asked if I could just give some idea of the Sagarmala, because I think we missed out on the Joint Secretary or whoever is concerned with Sagarmala in the ministry. Well, what I have is actually what is available on the net, but maybe I can just put up a few slides. Okay. Of course, I always find this interesting, and I think as academicians useful to ask a few questions of why, and the why is around. So see, 68% of the world's production by value is exported. So, meaning 32% of the world's production is consumed in the same country at an aggregate level, and 68% is consumed by other countries, right? So that is, so internationalization to that extent, of course, is very significant. And of course, in 90s, 2000 and all, we talked globalization and we were hoping it will go up. I guess it has been going up. I'm not sure now the way the world is, if it is getting reshaped, restructured with some Trumpian logic. Yeah. Now, for India, India's whatever trade we are doing, Now, of course, I didn't pick up the number of what proportion of our value is exported. But out of what is exported, 95% by volume, and we know this, so volume actually is used as a surrogate for weight. It's funny, right? I mean, think about it. We say volume, but finally we say so many million tons. And more than the global average of 80%. So out of that 68% trade, 80% of it is going by maritime. Only 20% goes by air and land. But for India, in terms of our trade, we depend on it 95%. On the other hand, if you look at it in terms of value, okay, shipping by value from India is 65%. By volume is 95%, by value is 65%. And globally, 85% by volume and 70%. Of course, between volume and value, there is a reduction. So there are, just useful for us to think about it conceptually. In general, value share of shipping would be lower than volume share, right? I mean, why is that? So, the value of the goods that are moving by ship globally, the share in terms of value is lesser than share in terms of volume. What would be the reason? No. When we say share, the share is share of maritime versus non-maritime. Non-maritime is air and land, typically. So, in maritime, there is a value drop, which means in the other one, it will be more. Maybe I hope the question is not complicated, but reasoning is that maritime does, while there is a value chain, but maritime does more raw materials relatively. Manufactured goods or finished items relatively will go more by other modes. Whereas shipping has proven itself more for, coal, petroleum, bulk, and which are relatively at the lower end of the value chain. So therefore, volume share is higher than value share. So there is a drop. Just useful for us to know that. The drop is more significant for India. Why is India shipping trade? So first of all, why is India shipping trade by volume more than global average? And why is India shipping trade by value significantly lower as compared to the global differential? So there are two other questions. Why is India shipping trade by volume more than the global average? Global average was 80%, whereas for India it's 90%. Because we are still raw material, a lot more of our export is relatively more raw material. Though the government says, no, why should I export iron ore? Very good question. I can make steel and I should retain value making in India and then I should trade in steel. And why steel? I should trade in finished goods. I should trade in white goods. Why, right? The more value, then the country's economy is better. And that's what I guess Atmanirbharta, all that in some sense. But what is reflective is clearly 95% by volume is shipping for India, whereas global average is 80%. So relative to the rest of the world, India still is more raw material oriented in its global trade, right? Imports also and exports. So that's Why is India shipping trade by value significantly lower? So the drop from 95 to 65, whereas globally it is 80 to 70. Drop will be there for maritime, but the drop for India is more. And here the answer to connect is that India's highest, export import is, I don't know, how many know that? What is the, in our, what is that? There's a term for, where all the export import items are listed and, there is some, whatever it is. Huh? Yeah. So anyway, what is the top, the harmonized system, right? So what is the top item that we import and export by value? Well, actually, I mean, Gujaratis should be more, being in Gujarat, absolutely. Uncut, raw, jewel, whatever, diamonds and all that, and then we finish and we export. So that goes by air. And similarly, maybe some high-end pharma, vaccines, all these will go by air. So the high-value items that India is involved in, they don't go by ship, and relatively more, relative to the rest of the world, more. And therefore, when it comes to value, the drop is more. Okay. So it's just an understanding that actually the pointers are therefore, we need more emphasis on value addition within the country, and that's the, okay. Fine. Significance of ports, I did work on trying to get the 24-25 data also. So totally we have now come to 1,600 million tons in terms of the total port traffic in India. Okay. Port traffic, by the way, will be much higher than actual export-import traffic, because to the extent there is coastal movement will count twice, right? So if I do coastal movement in India, it will count twice. Export and import movement will count only once in terms of port traffic. So the point I'm making is that actual goods will be less than 1593, to the extent some goods will have double counting, and also transshipment will have double counting. So if I have a container coming into Vizhinjam and then moving to New Mangalore, it will get counted as far as port statistics are concerned. The same container will get counted as many times as it gets handled in ports. Okay. So anyway, that's total is about 1,600. Major ports right now is about 853 or 54. Non-major ports, other than major ports, the ones driven by state governments, is 740. So non-major share is at 46. So, well, from 11-12, of course, it's been on the rise, though right now it's kind of steady. There is increase, but I think major ports are also increasing, non-major ports are also increasing, but they're kind of close to one another. Within that, Gujarat Maritime Board alone, out of that 739, Gujarat alone is 488. And GMB share as a national share is 30%. Okay. And this is GMB share. If I want Gujarat share, I can add Kandla. And Kandla is about 150 million tons. So if you want Gujarat share, Gujarat as a state, and what kind of development or how it has attracted port traffic, then we are talking about 487 plus another 150 is what Gujarat contributes. Okay, now take a single company. One of the companies that has really grown fast in India in the private sector, that is Adani Ports Special Economic Zone. Today they have, if I'm not mistaken, 9 port locations in the country, with Mundra being the biggest. But APSEZ is the company that looks at all of them. They alone do 450. This year they crossed 450 and they are at 28%. I mean, you can see the growth from about a 7% national share. They have gone to 28% national share. Adani Ports. I mean, in a sense, it speaks of private sector aggression, how, or a strong market orientation, how it can play a role. So, of course, APSEZ, that's what handled. It crossed the government non-PPP volume, of 410. So, interestingly, out of that 1600, if we are talking about private involvement, so private involvement is not only through the non-major ports, where largely the whole port is handled by private, be it Mundra or Dhamra or Karaikal or whatever, so many ports. But there is also terminal PPPs in major ports. PPP share now is about it's about 74%. So 74% of the cargo in the country in ports is handled through private interests. 26% is still what was the traditional government directly handling. Yeah. So if, as a person who looks at PPPs across sectors, be it telecom or railways or roads, I think this is one of the success stories. If today 74% of the cargo in the country is handled by private parties, okay, so that's either through entire private ports or through terminals. Like in Kandla itself, many terminals are private PPPs, in Visakhapatnam, in Cochin, wherever, you're adding all that. Okay, so fine. So where do we stand in the global scenario? I mean, 1600 total we said. So of course, now as a single port location, today Mundra is number 1. What's interesting is when you look at port statistics, many times even journalistic, Economic Times, Money Control, they'll suddenly talk, and then I'm reading it and I'm wondering, and finally they're only talking about major ports. So they'll say, Paradeep is India's number 1 port. It's not. Mundra is India's number 1 port. But that's because they often limit themselves to looking at major ports, partly because major port statistics are more freely available, public sector. So that's one of the good things about public sector. Whereas private sector in its own, again, even for Adani, it may be easier to get cargo traffic, but if you want to get financial data, you have to dig more. So it's not easy. But whereas major ports you will get, because that's the transparency that public sector has. Anyway, so number 1 port in India just crossed 200. Okay. Then Paradeep and Deen Dayal, that is Kandla, they've just crossed 150 this year. The 4th port is another private port. Many people don't even talk about it because it is, though the concession agreement with Sikka is that it should be a common user port, but 99% of the traffic is captive, and captive to the Reliance refinery. Okay, so the entire crude that comes in plus almost 90% of the finished goods goes out by sea, and that is in Sikka. So that's about 128. Of course, now JNPA is coming in 92 million tons, Vishakhapatnam at 82, Mumbai Port Trust at 68. I mean, that's the top 7, which is together handle more than, say, 50% of the total. Just take a look at global ports. Number 1 port in the world today is a port called Ningbo, Zhoushan, China, 1261. You know, almost close to total India. Then Tangshan, Shanghai, Qingdao, Guangzhou, all China. Then comes Singapore at 578, and then Suzhou. I just took the top 7. If you go a little further, you will get Busan in Korea. Then you might get 1 or 2 ports from the US. Okay. Mundra at 200 MT is likely to be in the 30th to 40 segment at 200. Okay. So which means there are at least 30 ports above 200 million tons. Yeah. So of course, in the Maritime India vision, they said India must have, you know, one of the statements there is we must target, actually they had originally said 500 on, 1 on the west coast, 1 on the east coast. Anyway, now I think somewhere it was also written as at least 300. We're still not there, right? So Paradeep probably at 150, but Dhamra is also catching up, which is an Adani port. In fact, I often tell the ministry, well, if you want to declare see, what is a port? Actually, it's an administrative entity, because physically, even today, Kandla port has 2 separate locations. I don't know if many of you know that. There is a separate location called Vadinar, where the petroleum is handled, and it is almost 70 kilometers away. And then some tuna was built, which, you know, little away, but probably it will get connected. So, I tell the ministry, if you want to declare, you know, if you want to feel proud, we have, simply have an entity called the Gulf of Kutch Ports. If you have the Gulf of Kutch ports, you have 3 big ports. You have Sikka, I mean, you have Mundra, Kandla, and Sikka. Sikka is on the southern southern coast of the Gulf, and these 2 are on the northern coast, but all close. In fact, they are almost using the same BTMS, certain common infrastructure for navigation and all for quite some time, you know, they all share the common. So, then you would be talking about 200 plus 150 plus 128. Well, you know, we probably are in the global league. So, anyway, that's fine. Of course, the biggest growth segment in ports, I mean, roughly, I like to look at port traffic in 4 ways, depending, you know, because it gives a sense of level of automation, level of complexity of handling. So, the most automated and least complexity, if you will, is liquid bulk. In fact, in liquid bulk, I don't even technically need to have a port. I only define something called a port. The ship will stay in anchorage. I have a pipeline that comes up with a buoy, and once the ship comes and drops anchor, just connect and suck the thing out or pump it in. You know, of course, I have some tank farms and all that for storage, like a warehouse equivalent. Then comes containers. Containers are neat standardized boxes, high-tech cranes today. In fact, there are many other ports in the world, the cranes are even automated. They can automatically through sensors handle. We still, of course, have a human things. Then comes dry bulk. And then finally project cargo, or in general, or general purpose cargo, whatever, because there it could be locomotives, it could be windmill blades, it could be, whatever. Each one of them may require thought how you are going to unload, how you are going to load it. There's a lot of attention that has to be given for that. So broadly, these 4. So containers, but out of these four, containers is the fastest growing growth rates, because basically they carry manufactured goods, and globally, like India also, hopefully we will reduce our raw material trading and slowly move to finished goods. Then container is important. So looking at container ports, actually from 1920 to 23-24, Mundra, that is Mundra was handling more than JNPA. So in 1920, Mundra overtook Jawaharlal Nehru Port. But this year, it's again, there was some congestion. Also, JNPA has had the benefit of a new berth that is coming up, and the full berth is not complete. That's a PPP berth with the Port of Singapore. That is yet. So I think that's 7. In fact, JNPA is saying they will be the first port with 10 million container, TEU handling capacity. So anyway, JNPA is at 7.37, then the big drop, Chennai, and then, all these 0.8, 0.7 million or 700,000, Gujarat Pipavav, 700,000. See globally, top 7. So Shanghai has crossed 50 million, more than total, more than twice the total port handling of containers in India, complete. So that's where Shanghai is. Though I must say that that number, if you go a little deeper, so Shanghai itself has 2 major locations, you can say. One is on the main coast, and then there is an island which got developed maybe 15-20 years ago called Yangshan. So now there are container berths on both sides. Shanghai is one of the big transshipment ports. So first of all, theoretically, if all containers in Shanghai, let us say, were transshipped, then actual throughput of containers is not 51.5 but only 26. Because 26 million TEUs I will offload and 26 million TEUs I will reload. I'm just theoretically, of course that's not the case. There are quite a few containers that go hinterland. Yeah. But there is a significant amount of transshipment. Now with Yangshan, it is possible that a container may come from Korea in a feeder vessel to Shanghai mainland terminal. From there it will be barged. So one unload, load, the barge takes it to a terminal in Yangshan, and at Yangshan it will get loaded to Singapore or wherever else. So a container could be handled 4 times. So it's possible that in that 51.5, there are a significant number of containers that contribute to 4 handlings and a certain number that contribute to 2 handlings. Of course, there are others which are going into the hinterland. Same thing in Singapore. Singapore is also a big transshipment center, so 41.1 and so on. Okay. So where are we globally? Yeah, container-based trade is the growing sector, but India is at the receiving end since about 20%. Okay, of course, it is 4.8 million TEUs of the movement goes through another country for transshipment. That is basically they go through Sri Lanka, Dubai, Singapore, right, depending on which side our port is. India doesn't, not all of its containers go direct in what are called mainline vessels. They go by feedering vessels to any of these ports. Yeah. So, of course, this trend is reducing. today about 20% of our containers either coming in or going out of India go to a neighboring port for transshipment. It used to be 50%. Why do you think it's reducing? Yeah, anyway, the reason is, see, if I have a large port, as the scale goes up, then, and if the draft is sufficient, big what are called mother vessels or mainline vessels can directly call, and vessel sizes are increasing. So so number one, draft. Number two, if there is a significant volume for the hinterland, so Mundra and JNPA serve that purpose. Their volumes today at 7 million are enough to attract direct cargo, so they don't have to get transshipped and come. So from any port there is enough flow that I don't have to take the ship to I don't have to take containers bound for JNPA to another transshipping place and then from there bring it in a small vessel. There is enough volume that JNPA and Mundra attract, and that is increasing. So that is one reason. And the other reason is that Mundra and JNPA themselves are like transshipment, because they are large enough to attract that sometimes a cargo going to Bombay port or a cargo going to Mormugao port will come to JNPA and get transshipped at JNPA and go there. It doesn't have to go to Sri Lanka to come there. So, of course, now with Vizhinjam and all that, hopefully this will go down. So, just useful to understand container flows. Yeah. Okay, let me just talking about PPPs, just want to give a little, there's some very interesting conceptual issues that come up in JNPA. So, of course, 24-25 JNPA, there are 5 PPP terminals, PPP concession agreements, and the last one was this NSFTPL, which was being handled till a couple of years ago by JNPA itself. For a long time they thought they must hold on to it, but finally it was decided that also will be bid out for a PPP. So today JNPA technically, as far as container movement is concerned, is a pure landlord port. So I am a landlord and I have tenancy from these players. Okay, they are all PPPs through a bidding process. They have come in. Yeah. The NSICT was the first one that came in. Anyway, so that's the JNPA is about 29-30% of, as I said, that's of the country's share itself, which is also Mundra also in that. So between the two of them, they are almost 55 to 60% of the country's handling. Okay, so this is the very rough sketch diagram. This is the new one that is getting, still the full construction has to happen. It's going to be 2,000 meters, 2 kilometer long container berth. And then we have one here about 700 meters. This 445 meters was the one that was bid out recently. Then you have one 680 meters, you have 600 meters, you have a 300 meter. So these are all the private. So anyway, 1989 JNPA started. There were concerns, the first one that started, it was JNPA's handling. Then they went for the second terminal, and at that time the PPP logic, post liberalization, telecom and port sectors were the first two to say let's bring in private play, which otherwise were viewed as infrastructure, which typically government would be providing. So when that PPP logic came in, port sector was one of the first one to develop a set of guidelines, and 1993, what would have been the second terminal for JNPA in their master plan, they decided it will go on a PPP mode. So they policy guidelines came up that we'll have a tariff regulator and all that. License was awarded to P&O Australia. So after the bidding process and all, 1997. There are very interesting issues. If I get into it, it'll be long class sessions. Don't worry about it. But there are very interesting issues about PPP and concession agreements and all that that we can discuss here. I mean, essentially, there are a lot of non-mutuality. The private promoter there, which today is DP World, originally it was P&O Australia when this was bid out, but DP World then bought out P&O Australia. So today the ownership is with DP World. There are a lot of non-mutuality. I mean, for example, electricity, somehow JNPA said only I will supply, you cannot source directly. Security, I will provide. And even pilotage, you know, when a ship has to come in, a pilot has to direct it to the, because, you know, knowing the local conditions, JNPA said, I will only provide the pilots. Actually, DP were very, very unhappy with it because, you know, pilots of JNPA, I mean, they work on a salary, they work in their own way, public sector, you know, they may say Sunday, I'm not coming, or whatever. So all these things. Whereas if they had their own pilots, and of course these pilots can be certified by JNPA, they can be licensed. But anyway, thankfully this kind of issue has been resolved in many recent PPPs. The private party is allowed to have its own pilots. But at that time, and the concession agreement is still valid, so this continues. Okay. There was something about land. They were given some backup land, assuming 600,000 TEUs, because that was what the project report and all, you know, those were the kind of numbers being floated for a 600-meter berth. But actually DP World, or then P&O Australia, with all the training and modernizing the cranes, went up to 1.5 million TEUs. But then they needed more backup area for greater fluidity in, you know, stacking and retrieval of cranes. JNPA refused to give them land, even though land was available, because the land was hard-coded in the concession agreement. They said nothing doing. In fact, one of the lessons is maybe such things should not be hard-coded. It should be formula-based. That, okay, 600,000, I'll give you 30 hectares, but if it goes above so much, additional land can be provided. You know, like in a concession agreement, you can always make it. But in this case, somehow that had not been made. Now, you have to tell me how to manage time. Yeah. Okay. So, here, P&O challenges bid decision at Bombay High Court. Yeah. So I just take you through this part and so that is, so then the next terminal. So of course they were happy because P&O was performing much more than what was expected. So the next terminal, what JNPA did is they said P&O will not be allowed to bid for the next terminal because they said, I want to bring in competition. And P&O went to court, and the court upheld the perspective of P&O. Upheld the perspective of JNPA, and they said we value the idea of competition, so P&O will not be allowed to bid. But they told the government, you make a policy. Now what government did is, They said, they made a policy saying, I want minimum 2 private container terminal operators. That means if there is one for another, you can restrict the earlier one from bidding. But once I get 2, then if I want to go further, they can be allowed to bid. But they also put a condition saying awardees cannot bid for the next project. Suppose there's one, actually it is not clear why this condition was put. And this actually affected the next bidding. It created a lot of confusion. Again, it had to go to court and there was a rap on them, and finally they removed that condition. So today the condition is only that minimum 2 terminal operators should be there. Okay, so just to give you a flavor, while at the broader level, PPP in ports, I would say, has been a success, but there are many niggling dissatisfaction or distortionary aspects, but there are lots of lessons. And one thing I can say is that definitely we are learning, and the country is learning. Even at the government level, they realize, okay, this is not working out and we got to modify. So I think that's the fair enough. Let me stop here, sort of overshot time quite a bit, and we'll hand over to you. I was asked to put, I'm not going to get into it, to put a few slides on Sagarmala, but there is, please come. Yeah. No, that's okay. Sorry, no, I think we should give him time, then panel. Sorry, then.
Thank you, sir, for your illuminating talk. I now request Dr. Kuldeep, sir, to please present a token of appreciation to Professor G. Raghuram, sir. We will now begin with the panel discussion. Before that, I would like to introduce Professor Jitesh Thakkar, sir, for everybody here. Sir is a professor and Dean Academics at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Vadodara. He was a faculty at IIT Kharagpur. Okay, so moving ahead, we now begin with our panel discussion on policy and governance. I take this opportunity to welcome the panelists. Professor Mukesh Parikh, sir, Adani University. Mr. Rajesh Phadke, sir, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. We have Dr. Dharmesh Rawal, sir, Gujarat Maritime University. And Shri Haripal Dave, sir, Additional Chief Town Planner, Government of Gujarat, who would be joining us online. The discussion will be moderated by Professor Jitesh Thakkar, sir. Now let us engage in a vibrant dialogue on governance, frameworks, and policy mechanisms to steer port-led development. Please.
Please. One more chair. एक chair pull कर लीजिए यहाँ से. Please, please, we will pull one chair.
Online person, we got screen.
Good afternoon, and let us move to the last part of our today's workshop. That is the panel discussion on policy and governance issues. So if you look at the entire structure of the program, then we have touched all three levels of issues: strategic issues, what are the issues associated with the port location, and the governance structure, policy. We have also touched the technical issues pertaining to the port operations and the operational issues. Now, having this background, I once again invite the panelist, Professor Mukesh Parikh from Adani University, Mr. Rajesh Patke, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Navi Mumbai, Dr. Dharmesh Rawal, Gujarat Maritime University, and we have Sri Harpal Dave, Additional Chief Town Planner, Government of Gujarat, in online mode. So we will try to maybe use this as an opportunity to comprehend the understanding as well as to get into more criticality how we should really look at this port-led development and the associated triple bottom line issues. So let me just begin with one broader question and request the members to extend their views. So we have broadly formulated three questions, and the questions are more into the domain of governance, policy, sustainability, and environmental impact of this economic development. So at many point we discussed that there are multiple stakeholders involved, isn't it, in the port-led development. So for example, national, regional, local government, even we had a discussion that what mayor should do, what the state government should do, and what port authority would contribute. So private sector, then communities, all these stakeholders are involved. So in this regard, I request a panel to extend their views on what policy frameworks and governance mechanisms are most effective in ensuring the coordination among the stakeholders, avoiding the friction point, and to see that our agenda as a part of Sagarmala on port-led development can really go ahead. So I request our panelist, the first panelist, Professor Mukesh Parikh, to exchange his views.
Okay. Thank you very much. When we discuss about the policies and the framework and expect the government and the other bodies and the authorities to provide the guidance and guidelines, it is basically to address identified key issues. And since I have been involved in this particular sector, the issues are remaining the same. Wherever you come across, wherever you go through, wherever you read, the common issues which are identified, they are pertaining to the infrastructure gaps, pertaining to the congestions which are arising out of the slower turnaround, though we claim that the average turnaround time, which has been reduced from 42 to 24 hours, still if you read the headline of today's Maritime News, you will find that Deen Dayal Port is again facing the same congestions for the vegetable oils and the chemical tankers, which is running into 10 to 15 days as of today. So, in spite of whatever we try to do, the challenges are still persisting and continuing. And it is a matter of concern, really, to come up with a long-term solution, something which is sustainable. So sustainability is another big challenge which is being faced. The logistic bottlenecks, which is the last mile connectivity, in spite of the various policy initiatives which are intended, which are all being implemented in good faith, still we have a long way to go. And finally, in spite of whatever we do, somebody else is always challenging us. There is a issue of the global positioning, global competitiveness. We may come up with Vadavan, we may come up with Vizhinjam, but keeping the benchmarks always in mind that we are put up against the global competition, and there is always continuous something better to do than the others. So with those challenges, all the policy initiatives of the government need to be fully supported in terms of the implementation in the true spirit of what the real intentions behind those policy initiatives are. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Professor Parikh. And now let me go to Sri Harpal Dave. Sir, can you listen me? Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon. I can listen to you very well. Thank you so much.
There is, so you would have listened the views of Professor Mukesh Parikh, and rightly he mentioned that how to set the trade-off among the stakeholders to minimize the friction and give a boost to the port-led development. You are, say, the expert and chief town planner. So maybe one side is the soft issue, other side maybe we can create a kind of policy and governance structure, isn't it? Or there could be some of the benchmark examples through which the development in this segment can be eased out. So I request to exchange your views on this matter.
Indeed. In fact, what Professor Parikh just pointed out regarding the infrastructure gaps, I think that's very vital. Infrastructure gaps not only for the infrastructure within the port area, but also like as an urban planner, I look at this from the perspective of the urban or the regional infrastructure available in that part. So whatever backward linkages are to be created, it may be for mobility, for transport of goods, for transport of people, the kind of cities you have in the nearby area to the ports would matter a lot. If there are good quality cities which can support good quality human resource, which has good quality urban infrastructure, then maybe we can have very good quality functional ports in the vicinity. If we look at the global ports which are functioning well, some of which Professor G. Raghuram was mentioning in his previous talk, most of them are located nearby very good quality cities and cities that one would aspire to live in. The ports which are there in primarily, if we talk about the state of Gujarat, what is the quality of urban development in the cities nearby? That is something that we need to look into. With respect to the institutional functioning, there is certainly a very important case for the institutions working in integration with each other rather than working in silos. The Maritime Board, the Urban Development Department, the departments responsible for creation of infrastructure, they may be the railways, they may be state Road and Building Department, the national highways, and also as and where required, the private sector who can bring in the necessary expertise or the capital or the investments. And eventually we create good quality urban and regional development nearby the port area. If we do that, the ports would function well. In many of these ports, we see there is not only the blue collar worker or the labor, but there are many of the experts who are highly paid individuals. Now, would they be willing to come and reside in a place like Veraval or Simar or Pipavav or maybe whichever ports we have, until unless they feel attracted by good quality social infrastructure, which means good schools, good hospitals, good recreational facilities, even golfing for that matter. Where would they spend their weekends? Where would their families, spend their time during the day, even when they are idle? So until unless we have our cities which are very vibrant, for the people to feel attracted enough to come and stay there, there will not be good quality human resource who is willing to come and work for those ports. So I see the urban development and the port development which go hand in hand with each other. One additional point, I'm not very sure if the passenger movement or the cruise shipping was discussed in any part of this today's workshop. But recently we were also, the Gujarat Maritime Board is taking an initiative to promote cruise shipping and development of cruise terminal in the state of Gujarat. Now, cruise terminals, if in case we go for that, like which is very popular in Europe, in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic, people, passengers, taking cruise for leisure for a few days. So while they go in the sea, they also visit important tourism destinations nearby the coastal area. So if we also look from that perspective, maybe our ports need a completely different kind of infrastructure. Not only the ports, but the hinterland. For example, if a cruise ship is landing somewhere nearby the Veraval Somnath coast, and it's there for 48 hours or 72 hours, the cruise has berthed. Where would the people want go to visit? Which are the places they would like to visit? In case somebody is in need of some medical attention, person is a non-Indian, are there reliable health facilities nearby? Are there enough tourist locations which would attract people to come? Tourism locations, along with the necessary tourism infrastructure. So that also we may need to look into. And urban planning with integration of a lot of department as a joint effort is very much required to develop such kind of infrastructure and to take such kind of planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I fully agree that infrastructure creates the attraction, and we can even create many areas nearby port as the tourist destination, and economic development can take place. Just moving ahead, when we talk about the economic development, the growth, and typically the workshop theme is port-led development, certainly we all have the concern about our environment, the economic balance with the long-term environmental sustainability, and what way really we can motivate, incentivize the different stakeholders to look for the green port. So going ahead with this discussion, I request Dr. Dharmesh Rawal from Gujarat Maritime University maybe to exchange his views on developing green port, imbibing sustainability, and how do we incentivize the stakeholders.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon all, and thank you first of all for having me here. I'm glad to be part of this second workshop, the series of workshops which we proudly initiated at Gujarat Maritime University. And thank you GSV and the team for organizing this wonderful workshop. Okay, so since morning we've been discussing a lot about port-led development and a lot of interesting insights we have been listening. We also gone through a couple of cases, one from USA, sir described about the port in India. So I would also like to, take this further with some case. So if you want to understand things, we all know that policy cannot be in isolation. So when we want to understand things, we have to understand from the perspective of policy, polity, economics, and when we talk about ports, the fourth most important part is geography. And in majority of the cases, this four plays a vital role. And consciously, I have missed out the fifth part, which is theoretically there, but practically not there, and that is environment. So to explain my point of view, I'm giving example of energy and LNG. So globally speaking, in the total energy space globally, around 25% is being taken care by gas. Among 25% of gas, 50% is LNG. Now in this 50% of LNG market, currently, if we take example of Russia, in 2020, Russia was having market share of 10%. The strategy that they adopted was to convert this 10% market share to 20% by 2035. So again, I'm trying to connect the dots that this was the strategy in energy space for Russia, and how could they achieve this? So this can be a very good example of port-led development. So Russia, as we all know, is having rich marine resources in form of Arctic. And how a country can think of leveraging its opportunity by environmental degradation. We all know that Arctic is melting, and everybody is worried about the melting of ice in Arctic. It was Russia who thought that why not to find out opportunity from this problem. So melting of ice is a problem, and Russia could convert this, or is trying to convert this problem into an opportunity by having a strategy in place of having a market share, global market share from 10% to 20% in a time span of 15 years. Obviously, it is important to understand here that, shipping through Arctic is a challenge, but it was a challenge. It is no longer a challenge. There are so many technicalities involved into that. But how, port-led development, or I would even go to the extent that how a sea route-led development can improve or can have a significant impact on the economic development of a country, I think there cannot be a better example in current day from Russia, and how they are exploiting. Already they have rich mineral resources apart from gases and other minerals. So they have got a very good strategy in place in terms of exploiting these resources and ensuring that these resources reach to the markets through efficient channels, through different, when I say geography, it is important to understand, it is important to know that Russia is also leveraging its inland waterways, and that too in partnership with countries like China and Kazakhstan, to ensure that the hinterland connectivity is there for all the gas that has been manufactured. So I think this is a good case for all of us to understand how this can work out.
Thank you for sharing the case and the example where we can see how Russia and some of the other country, they could strike a right balance between the economic growth and the environment. Now we have Mr. Rajesh Phadke with us. He is from Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. So maybe extending this with some more Indian context and example, I request him to throw some light that how Jawaharlal Nehru Port, JNPT, they are trying to bring some sustainability, environmental aspects when they are handling a lot of economic activities.
I will first answer, and if you permit, I will just show one case of port-led industrialization, how JNPA has driven through its special economic zone development. But before that, first I will talk about the policy and governance. See, now we are talking about an integrated approach that along with port there has to be a city. But when this port, Jawaharlal Nehru port was developed, or maybe some remote Kandla or some other thing was developed, other than the Mumbai, Calcutta ports or Chennai ports, they are part of the city. These new ports were never part of the cities, but it was not an integrated approach. So it is always a difficult situation because all this port, this is a major ports are developed under the Ministry of Shipping, whereas non-major ports comes under the state maritime boards. So the major ports which come under the Ministry of Shipping, central government, they look at it only they have to develop the port, but it has to be integrated with the urban development. For example, the people in JNPA township, they are leaving away the township. There are 2,000 quarters, but hardly not even 10% people are staying in the township. Why? Because everybody who is employee, their wife, spouse, or their children, or their family members, they want higher education, they want very good multi-speciality hospital, they need a mall, they need a multiplex, which is not available there. So people move out. So this is a good thing that now we are thinking about a integrated approach when we are developing a port. Along with the port, develop at least a small city, not only the colony for employees and a port. That will not be suffice. People will not be staying there. And now JNPT, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, is shifted to Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority under the Major Port Authority Act 2021. So this is giving lot of powers of a planning authority. So JNPA can prepare its own land use plan, it can prepare its own regulations, it can, even if there is a regulation and master plan which is conflicting with the local plan, the Major Port Authority Act 21 says the plan prepared by the authority will supersede the local plan. So that is the very good provisions are there now. But still all these port lands, major port land I am talking, I am not talking about the non-major port lands which comes under the maritime boards. But this major port land are governed by the policy guidelines for land management. That is the only instrument which deals all, I can use the word, land related issues or the real estate issues. So major port cannot allot land for commercial or residential by tender. It can allot land for port related activities or essential services, like they can allot for police, they can allot for customs, they can allot for water supply, sewage, but they cannot apply for any commercial complex or residential complex or any high-end education complex, high-end hospitals. So those are the limitations. Now when ports are switching from the port development to port city development, the major modifications or changes are also required in their land disposal regulations, which is presently governed by the policy guidelines for land management. So that has to come a sea change. Otherwise, Mumbai port is facing a lot of problem. The land cost of Mumbai port today may be 6 lakhs per square meter in terms of 60,000 per square feet. But it can still allot land only to the government or the central government organizations or the port related organizations only. So those are the limitations. My point of view is because everybody need money finally. So why not to capitalize this costly land, because now Mumbai port activity or JN port activity, there is no further expansions possible. Whatever the waterfront JNPA had is totally consumed. There is no more terminal possible to be located. So the balance land has to be done or encashed. So monetization of land is an important element. So for that monetization, your policy and your governance has to be accordingly. So unless we make a sea change in this policy guidelines, otherwise this land remains there. If you see particularly a typical case of Mumbai port and Calcutta port, they have large tracts of land, but they are not able to monetize. So if we take an approach of an authority has an area linked with what you can say port and port related city also. Otherwise these employees will flee away. They will not be staying there. Now everybody has his or her spouse working somewhere else. Their children need higher education. So this is where I think policy change is required.
Sorry to interrupt. So just in line with this, a curiosity is there. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about triple bottom line. Okay, and you rightly focused on social dimension, that is one of them, that how to ensure the livelihood of the people and what way they feel comfortable in that area, what are the challenges. Now see, economic and environmental, these two dimensions, they have a very strong relation, isn't it? And when economic development activities, they go beyond certain level, negative externalities come into play. So here, what kind of steps the JNPA or the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority is taking to optimize the capacity or operational utilization of the port, isn't it? If the one part is the available capacity, the biggest problem in India is not creating the capacity, it is more about utilizing the capacity. So organizations, they have huge capacity, but at the execution level we really face the difficulty, and when the wastages are more, then it may have negative impact on the environment. So what are the steps, maybe you may please share with us, JNPT pod is taking to enhance the capacity utilization?
See, for capacity utilization, JNPT will be benefited with this dedicated freight corridor, which starts from the Dadri, that uh, new Noida area, etc., and it will be 4 times, tripling the capacity of this rail cargo, because one train, which whatever number, it will going to double in the length, and also a double rack containers are going to come. So that will, presently the share of the rail transport in JNP is less than 20%, 18% or so. So if that increases, then JNP will be able to utilize its full capacity, because the congestion, pollution, traffic problem starts when everything is moving on the road. Today's JNPA challenge is that.
Capacity utilization, I agree. How is the operational efficiency?
Operational efficiency means seaside, you are saying?
Operations side, port operations.
So that modernization, what JNP is tackling, that is the best operational, because the turn time has reduced, the efficiency has increased, the berthing time is also reducing. So that efficiency is possible with modernization and IT-based systems. Now they don't have to wait. Second thing is in capacity utilization is the 2 new things which are starting and which are under much utilization is direct port delivery, DPD, and DPE, direct port entry. So direct port delivery policy is being forced. So capacity utilization is enhancing. Now no more CFS. No CFS is going to come in the hinterland. This is now direct port delivery will be increasing more and more, and JNPA is giving more thrust on that. And also the direct port entry. So that will benefit the utilization of the capacity without adding any CFS or land side.
Thank you. So maybe Adani is a very big player, and on the similar line, I would like to request Professor Mukesh Parikh, maybe some of the initiatives of Adani port can be shared.
Okay. In terms of the improving the productivity, in terms of improving the turnaround time, there is a lot of discussion and dialogue regarding the extent and degree of automation, the degree of digitization. Now, basic philosophy or basic idea that any commercial operator will follow is automation, whether it is being done at the economic, whether it makes any economic sense or not. So it is no longer a question of whether a crane operator is comfortable in driving a crane sitting 80 meters above the ground, sitting in the cabin of the crane, or whether he is able to drive that crane more efficiently sitting in a control room. It is all a question of what makes the economic sense, what makes it more efficient in terms of the overall productivity and whether they are able to achieve the overall economics of that investment. So the degree of automation today, every terminal which is having the fifth generation key cranes is having a capacity or capability of being operated in a fully automatic manner. It is only a question of what is the extent or degree at which it is finally executed or implemented. The digitization in the sense of the terminal operating systems, those are again being implemented to the extent that facilitates the overall performance, which results into minimization of the extra or double handling, and every terminal, which is mainly the container terminal, is theoretically made capable of implementing the automation, implementing the digitization, implementing all the latest standard operating procedures. But the extent to which it is actually implemented is a question of economic evaluation, and whatever makes economic sense, to that extent it is being finally put it in on the ground.
Thank you. So when we open the thread of digitization, and typically it is explained that maybe at the operational level how digitization is helping the port segment and how we can make the cargo movement or the crane operations more efficient. Now let me take it back to the first question where we were trying to explore the friction among different stakeholders, maybe the communities and the private sector, all the local governance and so on. So knowing that JNPT has implemented some of the digitization related initiatives, I request the expert just to express and exchange his views how digitization can really help in establishing good governance policy structure where transparency among the various stakeholders can be obtained. And some of the initiatives as you have observed.
Right. So this digitization and modernization is really helping. Means all this crane, as sir is explained, you can operate these containers, loading and unloading, sitting in a simulation room like DP World is doing this. Then all this computerized custom department is also, you do not have to go physically, you can apply online, get permit online, and at the gate also it will be scanned. So all these facilities are happening. Then the container themselves are scanned, they do not have to go outside. That the scanning facility is provided by customs. So everything is happening in the port area. Third thing important is JNPA has developed a centralized parking plaza where all custom facilitation centers are available. Their custom clearance, checking, everything is available along with the electric connections for the reefer containers. Now JNPA as a sustainability measures, nearly it's 40% of our energy required is generated through the solars. Of course, these private terminals, because JNPA is a first port which is now a landlord model. No terminal is operated by JNPA. So through this terminal operator, it is being generated electricity and utilized. Now shore power supply JNPA is also developing because these big ships, they come use diesels for the generation. So if shore power supply is given, they will be using our power and will not be using their own fuel. So that is also an important element JNPA is exploring. This solar energy we are using. Then about environment, lot of initiatives are taken, like 1/3 of JNPA's land is covered by mangroves. So that entire land is protected and handed over to the forest department, government of Maharashtra. Then we take a lot of initiative in conserving and rejuvenating the existing lake. There are 15 lakes, man-made or the natural lakes. So rejuvenating these means. Then there is a Sheva Hill, nearly on a 300 hectare area. So as a embargo from the Minister of Environment, no new constructions are there. So once you come on this Sheva Hill area, you will feel you are not in a port area or not in a city area. So this is also preserved, conserved, no new structures are coming. That is also a part of another. Then JNP is using its own recycled water for the township. Normally this is difficult when the old construction is done, but that recycled water from the STP of 2 million liter capacity for the entirely for the landscape horticulture and washing purposes. Third thing is JNPA has its own solid waste management plan, and from the solid waste management plan, gas-based electricity generation plant is also installed. So this solid waste management plant, JNPA is doing its own. So it is functioning like a local authority. All cleaning, sweeping, street lighting, and the street lighters are also now everybody is doing its automation. So energy saving is there. So lot of these sustainable measures JNPA is doing, including in the water side, port side, and what you can say outside custom bound area.
So maybe our audience might be curious. Do we have any sustainability dashboard or scorecard or any kind of indicators through which we can continuously? Because see, now I can see that even in corporate, like CSR, there is a separate and dedicated portfolio on sustainability. So just at the policy level, at the governance level, we may like to just understand, has it really gone to that level where we are measuring some of the important indicators and trying to take the appropriate measures?
Yes, sir, definitely. We have, with the help of the IIT Chennai, we have our own laboratories for the monitoring of the water quality, air quality. There is air quality stations installed in 2-3 locations also, and JNPA publishes its sustainability report on regular basis, whatever the sustainability measure, indicating all these parameters, air quality, water quality, soil, etc. That we are doing a regular basis.
Thank you. So maybe I can go back to Sri Harpal Dave with the same flavor about sustainability, and as a chief town planner, an expert in this domain, how do you look at the sustainability when it comes to developing a city near the port and all boosting the economic development, and when we say that we can make them even as the tourist destination? Okay, so from infrastructure point of view, from practice point of view, what are the policies and kind of governance mechanism, okay, at the apex level we are thinking about?
That's quite a pertinent question. As far as the sustainability is concerned, or as far as the aspects of the city nearby a port are concerned, maybe there are 4 parameters that we can look into it, and this is relevant for even a non-port city. First and foremost, of course, is sustainability. Like regarding the Jawaharlal Nehru Port area, what was being spoken about was complete or zero dependence on the nearby local body regarding the wastewater or the fresh water supply or the solid waste disposal. So how sustainable is the port area as well as the city nearby that? Second component is about the livability. How livable is the city nearby? What kind of social infrastructure, physical infrastructure? How vibrant is the cultural life in the city? Is it purely business, purely industry, or also it supports a very good, vibrant cultural, social life? So what's the livability quotient in the city? Third is about resilience. Ports, by their own very nature, they are the coastal areas, and how do they, handle the extreme weather events, whether it may be extreme rainfall, sometimes cyclones, sometimes storms. So how resilient are the city? How resilient are these port areas and the cities nearby? Does some centimeters of heavy rainfall in some number of hours cause waterlogging, flooding, or quite widespread flood in the city? Or it is very well taken care of in, the city can handle such events also. And the fourth parameter we would judge a city is by the productivity. How much land it is utilizing versus how much economic output or the GDP contribution does the city or the port make. So when we look at the city or the port with the city in this holistic four parameters, the sustainability part, which includes a major share of the environment, the livability part, which is primarily the social infrastructure and the kind of life the city and the port area offers. Resilience, is the city able to withstand some weather events, some extreme weather events without much difficulty? And the life still goes on. The city doesn't get paralyzed or the port doesn't get paralyzed because of some storm. And the fourth is productivity. Now, all these four things would require very close integration of planning between the port authority, whether that may be a major port or a port run by the state maritime board, along with the nearby urban development authority. And here is where we need to think and put our act together and create governance frameworks where integrated planning can take shape. In the previous, I think, before a while, the gentleman from the Jawaharlal Nehru Port was mentioning, I think Phadke Saab was mentioning about why the land disposal in the major port is not, the present policy framework doesn't allow the land disposal for some of the uses like social infrastructure, if I got it right. Maybe here we need to now rethink our, the land disposal policy also, because in the case of ACZ, which the primary function of the ACZ, as we are aware, is about creating economic enclaves which support good quality production of goods or services, primarily for export purpose. In the ACZ also, you have the processing areas and the non-processing areas. I mean, the NPAs or the non-processing areas, you have housing, you have clubs, you have recreational amenities, you have market, commercial spaces, retails, everything. And until unless this is provided in an ACZ, the other part of the ACZ, which is primarily the functional area or the processing area, it would not work very well. In the port also, either within the port area, we create this processing and the non-processing area where the use of land is allowed, where other uses attached with the port are very well developed. Otherwise, there has to be a very good quality integrated planning between the port and the outside port area, where one does not realize where the port land ends and where the other, the land owned by the city government starts. There has to be a seamless integration until unless we reach the part where port operations matter and where, the only people who are required to enter such areas, they are allowed. But primarily, we need to have very good quality integrated planning. And before we can undertake integrated planning, there has to be some degree of institutional or governance integration between the agencies responsible for that.
Absolutely, thank you. So we remember that Professor Pankaj, while presenting the case, very clearly mentioned that what are the earthquake-prone zones and how it can affect the port-led city development. And rightly, Sri Harpal Daveji has linked that, say, particular dimension with the port-led city infrastructure development. So broadly, when we see, one is the port where economic activities are taking place, other is maybe we are trying to develop the city. Certainly, we are concerned about the safety, sustainability, living conditions, maybe using it as a tourist place, and the productivity and other elements. And the third is your maritime ecology itself, isn't it? So when we are doing a lot of activity, whether economic activity or any kind of other social part, I would request Dr. Dharmesh Rawal, who is from Gujarat Maritime University, to throw some light on maritime safety when a lot of economic activities, isn't it, are taking place, and typically what impact it can have on the maritime ecology.
Okay, so let me give an example, to understand this better. So we just visited Gujarat Pipavav
You
Port.
may link the recent, what has happened, the incident. Yes, yes.
Okay, so if we
just go in
continue
your
with
flow.
this example,
Yes.
like we visited APM Terminals Gujarat Pipavav Port Limited, and what we understand with regard to the safety is all ports, they primarily focus on safety, and their operations and management is driven around safety. We also, I would like to connect this with the operational efficiency, digitalization. To achieve operational efficiency as well as digitization, we can take example of these APM terminals. they have implemented management systems, the Japanese management system, the Kaizen, and the operational efficiency achieved by efficient training and ensuring that there are zero accidents. So when we talk about safety at ports, I think all the ports, whether it is major, non-major, I think they have safety as their priority. And to ensure that there is enough safety for the people working at ports, as well as in order to avoid any accidents on port, there are enough measures in terms of
Sea life also. Sea life.
Okay, so you mean to say impact on environment?
Yes.
Okay, so if you allow me, I can continue the example of Arctic. So when we compare economics and environment, I think environment will always take a backseat. This is my understanding. I would like to be wrong. So environment always takes backseat. You know, as per one study of environment, they said that moving a simple wooden boat on Arctic can impact negatively the ecosystem of Arctic. Whereas we are today seeing that there are icebreakers moving in the Arctic. Okay, and this is being seen as an alternative to Suez Canal route and all that, which is basically talking about the economic advantage, the advantage that we get by shorter route and etc. So in this case, we had recent example of oil spillage also. We have so many regulations in place, and when it comes to accidents like this, there is always these accidents, the cases gets prolonged for years on years. It is difficult to fix up the responsibility. Whatever may be the responsibility, there may be insurance claims going this way or that way, but you cannot undo the damage that has been done to the ecology. So, I mean, the ecosystem. So, you cannot avoid it. The only way to avoid any damage to the ocean ecosystem is to stop shipping. Okay, and in any case, we are not going to do that. So, anything other than that would be just some measures which are just trying to help us do the economic activities. So this can be generalized, and if you go by case, there have been several cases.
Thank you very much. So broadly, as a part of our panel discussion, having eminent experts from the domain of port and shipping, we addressed three broader domains: how to handle the stakeholders. Second, what way we can look at the environmental impact, sustainability, and the economic activities. And third is more about operational efficiency, digitization, and the related issues. Now, let me keep 2 minutes for our audience also, and one or two questions quickly if you want to ask, or reflection we will take later on, but all such experts are available, and one or two questions we can certainly accommodate.
Sir, I think this is a dilemma question which is for the JNPA. So JNPA was developed because of the CFS which are around there, the Panvel and all that area. They did a great job in giving that container stuffing, all that to this part. Now if you see for the last 3-4 years, your DPD, direct port delivery came just because we wanted to improve our ranking in ease of doing business, because we were taking little bit 3 or 4 more days to deliver the container. So your container transit time is, so that is one of the component. So that is the reason we have said that we'll start the DPD. So because of which the ease of doing business ranking has improved, our Indian ranking. Don't you think for the ranking sake we are killing the CFS which have fed the JNPA? Just for the sake of ranking, the CFS got a lot of stakeholders, sir. The trailers are there, the CFS operators are there, freight forwarders are there, a lot of people are there. Don't you think that ethically today JNPA is killing those CFS operators?
See, this is a part of a development. So now when you come out with a Ola, Uber taxi, local taxi, and people, काली पीली जो हम बोलते हैं उसको, या rickshaw owner will shout. If you do everything computerization in railway reservation, banking, bank staff, railway staff also shouts, okay, why this is happening, we will become jobless. And same thing will continue. This everybody getting a food delivery at home, or some DMart etc. is coming, local kirana shops will shout. So this will continue to happen, but there is a lot of advantages. Direct port delivery, bypassing this CFS, container comes directly, and from port it goes directly to the users go down. So that is a great advantage. And secondly, this CFS, now they are saturated. They are spreading far away from the JNPA. Panvel is a nearest, but they are going away. There are 35 CFSs and only one in JNPA, that is also not operated by JNPA. Hindustan Terminal is operating. So if you think about more and more land for the CFSs, hereafter, now JNPA area, surrounding area, again land has become costly. And all this, if you costly land, instead of giving to CFS, it makes a sense, ki why not to start direct port delivery, direct port entry, and nullify these CFS. So that is again the economics point of view, business point of view, ease of doing business point of view, everything is good. Slowly it will come. I understand. One example I gave you, if the one modernization comes, they will be making many people unemployed. That will happen. So for the sake of giving employment in CFS, you cannot stop modernization. That is my view. Sorry.
Yes, please.
No, I wanted to make a request to our coordinator. Yes. So maybe we can finish this panel. Absolutely fine.
The expert free, and then, so maybe one more question we can accommodate.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Actually, this is more than a question. This is actually, to the forum generally, since like summary of many of our speakers have been telling about how the next phase of development of infrastructure will mostly rest in the hands of private sector. I mean, we are roping in the government and the private sector through PPP. I was wondering if there is, we have a lot of list of eligibility when we choose the best bidder for, coming in as the PPP operator. Maybe we should include a clause for environmental concerns also as a clause for eligibility. I don't know if it's already there in place, but I mean, there is a term in World Bank site called climate smart PPPs. And maybe that would make it mandatory that oncoming infrastructure, takes care of the next 50, 60 years from the environmental angle also. As Professor Dharmesh said, that one is there in text, but it is invisible, the environment element. So maybe I would like to know any of the experts' take on that.
So
we are talking about collaboration and, state and the government, policy change probably, maybe if this, is there talk about this?
I think Raghuram sir is here, so, but what I understand from whatever I have read is, if governments can put things in concession agreement, it can be done. So it's not like you cannot do it, but if it is enforced through concession agreement, so it all will start from the authority. It will all start from the government. Whatever is their expectations, that can be done.
See, in any standard concession agreement, the detailed project report or DPR is a part of the concession agreement, right?
Yes.
And DPA, when you look at the structure of the DPA, it says one of the parts of the DPA is the stage or the process of the EIA clearance. So unless and until you have the EIA clearance and finally the financial closure, you cannot have a full-fledged DPA and you cannot have a full-fledged concession agreement.
Yes, that is there, sir. The environmental clearance is there. I do agree on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we may end our panel discussion in respect of time. And I thank Professor Mukesh Parikh from Adani University, Mr. Rajesh Phadke, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Dr. Dharmesh Rawal, Gujarat Maritime University, and Sri Harpal Dave, Additional Chief Town Planner, Government of Gujarat, for sharing valuable insights and enlightening the audience with some of the critical issues in the port-led development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So I request Mr. Rajesh Phadke to share that particular video, and also it can give us some new insight. Then we will move on to the closing remark and reflection.
Don't take me otherwise. But okay. Hello. But I thought when we talk, we always think that industry and academic should go hand in hand. So lot of academic inputs are there in today's workshop. But I think industry people, like I have come from the Jawaharlal Nehru Port, who is operating. So that such more and more people if participate, it will be very good. It is required, industry and academic combination. So I just give me 10 minutes. I want to show, because we have talked a lot about the port-led industrialization, and Jawaharlal Nehru Port has developed its own special economic zone on its own land. So I will quickly show you. This is a success story, so it is good to share also. So lot of policies which are not there to start this special economic zones were required to be framed. Normally what we think, there has to be a land disposal policy, and there has to be a policy controlling the development. So development control regulation, what we commonly call as a building bylaws, and you need a what we call land disposal policy, and then approvals, etc. in place. But there are so many other things when we started operating this under the policy and governance. I will explain one by one. So this I will not talk. There are 12 major ports and more than 200 non-major ports. Equally major ports are on east and western coast. So this JNPA is a part of a Navi Mumbai, which is developed by SIDCO. So this is 1/10 of the Navi Mumbai part. If Navi Mumbai is 334 square kilometer, JNPA is just 34 square kilometer. So this is the situation. And Navi Mumbai, each node is an independent node. Entire is a independent city. They need not even depend on the Mumbai. But whereas JNPA has to depend on the Navi Mumbai, because the approach was not integrated. Central government was developing port and colony required for the port. These were the only two things which were taken care. But what is required for this colony resident was not never thought of, though the land was acquired more than the port land requirement. And sorry, I will just, we have already explained this SEZ part. Now we'll come to that. So this SEZ, a very good railroad connectivity is there. Now this Atal Setu you must have heard, which is bringing Mumbai more closer to the Navi Mumbai, Panvel area. So Atal Setu is operational. Then there is a dedicated freight corridor coming up. Then there is a Virar Alibag corridor, which is also touching the JNPT. Then there is a suburban train recently started by Honorable Prime Minister in the last 1 year. Now there are suburban stations are also developed. So station connectivity is also there. Then integrated logistic park. Sir was asking all these things. So there is a one proposal not by JNPA for the container freight station, CFS, but there is an integrated logistic park proposed by SIDCO just very close to this JNPA area. And of course, we cannot forget Navi Mumbai International Airport, which is just coming 15 kilometers from the JNPA area, and port is always there. Now, the SEZ is governed by the Special Economic Zone Act 2005 and SEZ Rules 2006, and both this put together is a framing a policy. It is club. See, what we thought we were discussing, Special Economic Zone is under SEZ Act. Though why not to make a separate land disposal regulations for SEZ? But then the legal angle comes in between. No, the land is owned by whom? Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. That means whom? By the central ministry. So if the land is governed and owned by JNPA, then it cannot wish away with the PGLM, Policy Guidelines for Land Management. So still every clearance, every approval has to go through that PGLM, and which is not that friendly or frame for special economic zone. So thus policy difficulties will be there always. This is the entire area, 277 hectare area. Out of that 277 hectare, 163.24 is a net sellable or net leasable area. Out of that, 75%, nearly 125 hectare is already leased out to these 55 unit holders, and with the development permission from the Development Commissioner SEZ, development permission from JNPA, 10 units are fully operational. And the important is what we talk always, port-led industrialization. That means all these units in SEZ, they are necessarily export-oriented units. Means they have to have their net foreign exchange positive. Then only Development Commissioner will permit them to operate here. So this is a very good win-win situation or a good marriage between port and SEZ, which is meant for a export-oriented unit. It started generating cargoes. Lot of containerized cargo which is exported from here goes through JNPA only, and that is why this is important. It is not only the warehousing or free-trade warehousing zone, manufacturing units are also coming. Of course, they are less in number than the warehousing and free trade zones, but still manufacturing units are there in these special economic zones. Then this is how you need a proper institutional arrangement and also all approvals in place so that your governance becomes very easy. JNPA is appointed as a special planning authority for this special economic zone. JNPA prepared development rules, development prepared master plan and got it approved from the state government. Then there is a electrical distribution license given by thus MERC, Maharashtra Electricity Regulatory Authority Commission, and now JNPA is distributing electricity within the SEZ. They do not have to go to the state electricity board. Only what dependence JNPA has to depend on the state agencies is for the water supply, because JNPA cannot have its own source of water like a dam or any other things. So water is dependent on the state government. Other than electricity distribution through the main grid is done by JNPA. Building permission is given by JNPA. Fire NOCs is given by JNPA as a fire, special planning authority. Water connection and also all approval, building permission related, are given by JNPA. So this is and all environment clearances are obtained. The revised environment clearance is also obtained. Why? Because earlier there was a processing. Yeah, only 2 minutes. No. It will take 2 minutes only. So this is how the governance structure is important. You have to be an authority for all that. And then what we did, other than these policies, I will just give what else we have done. See, this is the last slide. Other than that, development control regulations, then there has to be a handbook for the plot owners for the ease of doing business. They have to learn everything online. So everything is on the website. They can read it, apply it and get the permissions. Then policy for hoarding and signage. This is minute details you have to work out. Somebody asking, I have to erect a board and you do not have a policy, then it's a problem. He will erect it without permission and then you will start creeping. You cannot remove it also, you cannot permit it so because there is no policy. Then there is a plot amalgamation policy which helps many industrial units which cannot be a part of a development control regulation or cannot be a part of policy land management. Then unit co-developer conversions, there also you have to develop that. Many units they want to now do as a co-developer, so that policy is also made. Then JNPA took its own initiative and framed itself as a tree authority. Many times tree comes and you have to go to the forest department or some other urban local body. So JNPA got nominated as a tree authority in granting permission for the felling of the trees or planting of the trees. Then soil disposal policy. When lot of people excavate the soil, they dump here and there. So that policy is also done. So what point I is making is, other than the broad policy, when you are operating something, you have to do the lot of local policies also. Then there will be ease of doing business. Otherwise, without detailed policy, it cannot be a successful model. Thank you.
we had no discussion on what university is doing and what are the programs. So before we conclude, you can see, just I am keeping it open, but quickly summarizing couple of points before I ask you for the reflection. See, China and India, we both got independence more or less at the same time. It means for our economic development, growth, we both got same number of years. Today, China, yes, I agree with Professor O.P. Agrawal that we missed the manufacturing revolution. Directly from agriculture, we jumped to the services, and now we are going back. So China is 18 trillion economy, wherein we are about 4 trillion economy. So almost 4 times, 4.5 times their growth is higher. And one of the reason which as a professor, as a faculty I could read is very good execution of the projects. So let it be roads, let it be highways, whatever, or your ports, maritime. So one of the reason was very efficient execution of the projects, and this is something where now since last 1 or 2 decades, India is really gearing up. Professor Raju rightly mentioned that there is a disparity when it comes to port development on related activities between East and West. There can be cultural issues, there can be industrialization and many other issues. Subsequently, we had discussion on urban planning, city planning, the important principles Professor Vaidya has explained. Then Professor Sampath has given very good case study examples that how even in US and other country, the benchmark examples are present, and city development, which is port-led development, is possible. And subsequently, we had very good, say, data-driven insights from Professor Raghuram and followed by panel discussion. So this is the broad summary. We are running out of time, so I am not going into too much detail. But Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, specifically you can look at this working professional category. So we have started the programs, understanding the requirements, the time-bound commitments of the working professional, MTech in Intelligent Transport System, MTech in Railway Engineering, MTech Bridge and Tunnel, MTech Roads and Highway Engineering, MBA Logistics and Supply Chain Management, MBA Metro Rail Management, MBA Multimodal Transportation, MBA Aviation Operations Management, and PhD, both engineering and management. But as you can understand that we are into transportation and logistics sector, so focus is only on transportation and logistics. All these programs are offered in hybrid mode. It means 80% of the content is covered in online mode during maybe the evening or typically the weekend, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and 20% students need to come for the campus immersion. Subsequently, they need to come for 1 more week for giving the exam in physical mode. So there is a commitment of about maximum 2.5 to 3 weeks, and the remaining part they can cover at their end. So just a quick, you can see all the details I have given you. This is included in my presentation. I could not do with my presentation, but I will give you my slides. So I have also included a case on Vizhingham port and 2 international ports that you can see, and I have compared with the benchmark data on various parameters. So you can see the curriculum and all the details available at this link. If you have any question regarding university or academic program, please ask. Otherwise, this slide certainly will be available with you. Okay. So this year admission is open up to, we have sent the letters to ministry and other thing. They requested for some time because they have to put in circulation. So even Ministry of Port and Shipping and all of ministries we have written. So it will close on 10th July. Okay. So we can even discuss during, so I know you all are tired, but some good food, Gujarati food item is waiting for you typically we call Phafda. So before we enjoy that, we would like to have reflections, maybe couple of reflections. You have all together throughout the day only listened us. Now it's time for you, whatever you have internalized, whatever you could gather, please let your voice to be registered as a part of this workshop. So I welcome you to share your reflections. Anyone, you can request a mic and please share your reflections. Reflections can include your takeaways, your agreements, your disagreements, and enrichments. All 4 options are there. Okay, not that you should agree with everything. All 4 options you can exercise. Please.
Actually, I have a question. It's just a generalized question in terms of the governance.
So your question will be answered by your friend in the audience, okay?
Maybe. So in terms of governance, when we talk about, like for example, I can recollect Professor Parekh talked about major port getting congested, and there is a long queue in terms of vessel waiting for discharging the cargo. So at times, most of the time, these all decisions are interrelated with the other ministries. Like for example, under Ministry of Finance, if we talk about CBIC, which governs the customs duty which are applicable to the goods imported and exported. So all of a sudden, if the finance ministry puts a duty on a particular product or slashes the duty on a particular product, then ultimately directly it gets affected in terms of the cargo which is coming into a particular product. So for example, if we talk about edible oil, in the month of May, all of a sudden the CBIC had slashed the import duty on the edible oil, and because of that, obviously the traders will look for the lucrative deal. So that's why they came up with more trading of the goods. So that caused maybe a kind of a congestion at particular. So maybe my question is just like how we can mitigate such kind of interrelation which is happening between 2 or 3 ministries which are involved. So in this particular case, I could say that Ministry of Shipping is involved and then Ministry of Finance is involved.
Conflicting objectives among ministry, it has some significant impact at the bottom line. So who would like to address this? Anyone?
Maybe anyone from the expert we have.
Now we all are expert at the end. Okay, we all have enough knowledge to address, and okay, many people are even has come from the sector. So how to avoid conflicting objective among ministries, and this is very normal in many situations.
Because when we talk about a new, there are existing capacities.
Huh? IS officer. Maybe you can discuss, but in general you see, let us say PM Gati Shakti, we recorded a course, and now that course is available on Karma Yogi Bharat for civil servant and what. It typically tries to minimize this kind of conflicts among ministries. I'm just talking about infrastructure development. And this digital platform, whatever BISEC has developed, it ensures that there are enough data layers and ministries can do their planning in an integrated way. When it comes to government, let it be US, Professor Raghuram rightly put what would be the Trump's effect, isn't it? So it is always top down. So they implemented PM Gati Shakti, and then they are asking us that now you do the impact assessment, whether this initiative has really. So it is always like that. Government will take a call, they will not do bottom up. Okay, they will do top down. They have to look at the bigger picture. So Niti Aayog will decide the policy, they will put the policy on your head, my head, we have to pay the GST, and then they will see the impact after 5 years, what is the impact on consumer behavior, what is the liquidity, all economic measures they will do. That is how the nation runs. Let it be US or India. Okay, so this is like that. Okay. Fine. Any other reflection? Not the question, reflection, enrichment.
Like Professor O.P. Agarwal sir rightly mentioned that our country has leapfrogged the manufacturing phase and it directly jumps on the service sector. Basically, it is because that we are not manufacturing that much. That much we have to manufacture. Like even if we talk about the toys also, that it come with a major chunk of toys come from China, and if we have India have the capacity to manufacture these type of toys, and many other things also there to which we can manufacture very easily, but we are not manufacturing because there is a, I think government has a plan to ease of doing business is there, but ease of doing business have its some flaws. It is having some flaws, and I think because of those flaws, still Indian businessman is literally crawling for doing these type of business or getting some kind of funds from the in the MSME ministry, which is medium small enterprises. So I think we need to reform again. We need to reform
as
this.
a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, it's not only about manufacturing or attracting the FDI. Okay, I strongly believe that do not allow foreign investor to exploit your natural resources and human resources. We should also design. Okay, and that is where Professor Raghuram rightly mentioned that whether we want to only supply the volume or we want to go by value. Value among the modes of transport is one part, but also value of the, so finished goods when you supply, certainly you attract better, isn't it? Yes. So here design also becomes extremely important. That is something where India is lacking, and only becoming manufacturing hub also has lot of negative externalities. Fine, your point is taken. Sir, please. Mic thoda. So we together are just applying our mind.
Just adding.
Please, sir, please.
So, based on what JNPA and the land that ports hold and how they should be used. So, and we are talking about urbanization. Actually, I'm reminded of a government policy note sometime, I think in the 60s, when you see the three ports, Mumbai, Chennai and Kolkata, the evacuation is a serious problem. The reason is that the city development, and probably if you go back a century, the city development is significantly driven by the port. Initially, the city development supports and facilitates the port. But as ships grew, quantity of traffic grows, the developed area becomes a bottleneck. So like in Mumbai, all evacuation restricted by time of day, hours, this, that. Chennai, for a long time, they are talking of some higher level road for evacuation. I don't know, whether when it will get completed. So in 60s, this had been recognized. And what they made a policy that all these three ports will not reach their full efficiency. So we must create alternate ports and then close these ports, because the land value is so high in Kolkata, Chennai and Mumbai that alternate use of urban development will be far better than port use. That was the policy made. So government, and it was a well thought out policy, government actually went ahead with that policy. They built the alternate ports, right? So for Kolkata, Haldia was built. For Mumbai, JNPA was built, and for Chennai, Ennore was built. But due to vested interests, they could not close the existing ports. And the existing ports are continuing. With the old laws, which to me makes sense, that if land has been given to a port, it should ideally be in a way that it synergizes with the port, not for any commercial development. So today, if Mumbai port is sitting on huge amount of land and then underutilized, the question that Mumbai port can commercialize it for their interest, I mean, why should they? In fact, I would, the policy or the law should remain the same. I would rather say Mumbai port, sitting with government, should assess what is their actual requirement. And probably Mumbai port, I should say, should not even exceed 100 million tons of cargo. Then the rest of the land should be handed back to government and let government commercially leverage it. Let government do what it can. See, today we are neither here nor there. The land is still with Mumbai port, and Mumbai port, I mean, if I can use a strong term, dog in the manger. I am having the land, so either I should be able to use it to make money out of it. Yes, make money by having an SEZ. Make money within the laws of the, what that land is meant for. But otherwise, land should be given back. And therefore, I also think all the post-independence ports, the zoning was done in such a way that any non-port related development will be away. So for Kandla, it is Gandhidham. Away from similarly for, Paradeep, we are away. Maybe Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, whatever. And, but if you see all the post-independence ports, in fact, the two top ports are post-independence ports, Kandla and Paradeep, which are doing well because there is no evacuation bottleneck due to development. But let development that directly synergizes with the port, maybe that can be permitted without affecting congestion. So I think this is very important. And same thing for JNPA. I'm glad to see the SEZ, but I would hope the SEZ should not add to congestion in the port. That is important. So anyway, I think this is, well thought out policies by government, but somewhere we are kind of stuck up. Yeah.
Just two line I will share. See, the same situation happens with the railway also, I think. They have formed a Rail Land Development Authority and they are also monetizing. Second thing is, when the land becomes so costly, it is not a good proposition to underutilize the potential of that land. Just one line I will give. GNPH colony is housed on 250 acre, and what is the FSI use? 0.16. So that time it was okay, but the land cost today is so high, and still utilizing 0.16 in a place like a Mumbai, I think that is not right. You can use even 1/4 of that land to accommodate all your staff quarters, and remaining land can be monetized, which can be used for the development of Vadhavan port. Next port will be coming up, lot of crores of rupees required.
Our Chancellor Sri Ashwini Vaishnav visited, and exactly he gave same advice. He said you have two choices. You either locate this university into the remote region or let it remain within the heart of the city here. But if it is here, then do not utilize this premium land for accommodation, housing. Let it be purely for the academic purpose. So I think absolutely it is. So thank you very much, and keep visiting GSV. We will conduct more such programs, and Professor Sampath, Professor Vaidya are with us. So in this maritime segment, the chain of program and the main conference is already planned, and we will once again have an opportunity to meet and interact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Rajesh Phadke, sir, for his wonderful presentation, which gave us more insight into JNPA. And now I would like to request Professor Jitesh Thakkar, sir, to please present a token of appreciation to all the distinguished panelists. First, we have Professor Mukesh Parikh sir from the Adani University. Mr. Rajesh Phadke sir from Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, JNPA. Dr. Dharmesh Rawal sir from Gujarat Maritime University. And we would also like to thank Shri Harpal Dave sir, who joined us online throughout this session. And now, as we draw towards the ending of the workshop, I would like to invite Dr. Krishna Chaitanya sir to deliver the vote of thanks. Vote of thanks.
A very good evening, everyone. It's both an honor and a privilege to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the whole organizing team of GSV for this meaningful and enriching capacity building workshop on port-led development. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, whose deep insights, clarity of thoughts, and practical perspectives have been immensely valuable. Your contributions have not only broadened our understanding, but have also ignited new ideas and innovations and directions for the actions in the field of port-led development. We are very grateful and sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Manoj Chaudhary, Sir, for his inspiring leadership and constant encouragement. His vision continues to shape and strengthen initiatives like this. I would like to extend my warm thanks and gratitude to Professor Jitesh Thakkar, Sir, Dean Academics of GSV, for his thoughtful guidance, academic stewardship, and commitment to excellence. Your support has been a key pillar for this program. And nonetheless, a special word of appreciation goes to entire GSV team of port-led development, faculty coordinators Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Dr. Priyanka, Dr. Sumit Kumar, and IT team Mr. Vipul, Mr. Gaurang, Mr. Bhavesh, and program staffs Mr. Mihir, Mr. Mihit, and Ms. Sanvi. Your tireless efforts behind the scene, planning, coordinating, and executing each and every detail have made this event a grand success. And to all the participants who has came across from the diverse locations of Gujarat and even from the vicinities of Gujarat, who has taken their auspicious time and attended this workshop, a very big thank for your engagement, questions, and enthusiasm. Let us carry forward the knowledge, the conversations, the collaborations we have started here and continue working together towards a robust, sustainable, and inclusive port-led future. Thank you once again to everyone. Jai Hind.